10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hello everyone, how you doing? Welcome to the Tally-Ho Show with me, Andy.
Me, James.
And someone else. Woo! Yes, we are back. We have got a special guest on, and this is the second to last show of season 2. Can you believe, James, that it's taken us a whole year to finish a freaking season?
Well, in our defense, we did have a very, very longer than we originally planned season drop, really, didn't we?
I know. It's just funny. It's just like, okay, we're just going to do it every year. So one season 2018, season 2 2019, and we'll do season 3 2020. We'll just do season 2 in half of 2019 and half of 2020. Beautiful.
Well, you know, we had so many people coming to us saying, "Oh my God, you guys are the best," and we sort of had to take a step back, you know, so people can forget us and miss us.
Who the hell's been saying that? I haven't heard anyone say that.
Well, the voices inside my head said that.
Okay, the voice is in your head, because it's like we disappeared and then we go, "Oh, we're back." Everyone's like, "Oh, wait, you left? What?"
Oh, wait, what happened?
Wait, what?
Hey.
No, we're still in the year 2019, everyone. Just so you know.
We're here to warn you. March time is gonna be shit.
Yeah, pretty much. Just wear a mask and wash your hands. What? Why? Just do it, all right?
And also put some stock in the company's Zoom. You can thank us later.
Yeah, exactly. Put some stock in the company Zoom and your favorite toilet paper company. But yes, we are back. We are here with episode 19 of the Tally-Ho Show, where we're going to be talking about all things gaming and other random things in between, because that's just how we do. We just talk about, we have our topic, and then we just go off the rails, because hell, that's just what happens in every show. But we don't care. We enjoy it.
So.
We are not alone. We do have another special guest on, who was hesitant to come on, but we managed to get him on, totally not by dragging him by his feet and tying him up on a chair.
Oh no!
And getting a mic right in front of his face and be like, "Just talk, please, 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 please." And eventually they caved in and was like, "Okay, just don't hurt me." So, ladies and gentlemen,
help me! I've been here for days.
As you can hear, live from my basement.
That sounds weird.
I know. Well, who cares? It's, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm Tally-Ho Show welcome to the one, the only, TrickyHG.
Hello.
How's the basement?
Very dark in here.
Is it? Oh, okay. I'll make sure to turn up the lights just a little bit.
No, we promised him to give him
mood lighting.
We promised to give him light, but only if he stopped escaping. We told him that.
Well,
military training.
Yes, that is. There you go. Happening on that. Yes. Had a good week. Have you, Tricky? All good?
For the most part, yeah. Been busy, but been good.
That's good. Awesome stuff. So yes, we are going to be we'll be talking to Tricky a little bit in talking about give a bit of introduction to anyone new that doesn't know who Tricky is. We'll get to know a bit about him, talk about how he got into gaming, what he does with streaming and other things in between, which is really cool and stuff. And then we'll just crack on as we normally do. We'll get on with some topics. We've got some good tunes to play for you during our breaks. And not only that, we also have the return of James's Great Adventure, where if you don't remember what happened last time in the, what was it? It was the Halloween special when we did your adventure, where James almost got destroyed by a goblin.
The Lord Almighty fell upon me and stated, "Fuck it, you can survive. Here's a jammy dodger, you jammy bastard." And exactly. I survived.
Lo and behold, you survived by the skin of your bloody teeth, and I'm just there. I mean, I didn't want you to die because it would just be like, well, what the frick? It's like, that was a very quick adventure, wasn't it? Let's just continue this on. So I'm glad that you survived. And a big thank you to everyone that is here in the chat. Greatly appreciate that. Is live right here. If you're listening to this on the podcast and you ever want to jump in to listen to the show live, for now, for now, be sure to go to twitch.tv/the James of all games. We say for now because we've got an announcement to make, a couple of announcements to make later on in the show, which we'll talk probably about maybe at the end, which would be pretty cool. Yeah. But yeah, hello to, we got Cynical Fur, hello to you. We've got the Green Viper 8, who did a very nice thing in your stream, James.
Yeah, I noticed he did a very nice thing. He is now not only another subscriber to the channel, well, thank you very much, buddy. I really do appreciate it. But also, as it turns out, he's actually broadcast the Tally-Ho show as a test. As a test, yeah. He's just come past and accidentally broadcasted the Tally-Ho test to the mainstream for about a minute. Thank Christ, no one noticed. Well, good news, good sir. We've noticed, and we thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Again, we'll talk a little bit about that later on in the show. We also have Pete, aka Titan Screed, aka Project Venus Productions, that's popped in and waved. Hello to you. We see you. Good to see you. Nice to see you. Nice. We also have Sikassi's here. Hello, Sikassi. Hope you're well and good. And Quo is here as well. That Quo. Good to have you here. Good to have you. Thank you to all of you that are chatting in the chat. And if you're lurking in the stream, we appreciate you lurking and hope you enjoy the random nonsense that's going to ensue in today's show.
Because what would be the Tally-Ho show without random nonsense?
Exactly, Mondo. So yeah, that's what we're going to be having. Topics, good music, hopefully some good wacky conversations, and then we've got James's Great Adventure.
A lot of banter in between as well.
Absolutely. So let's kick things off with well, first off, James, how have you been? Just quickly, how have things been going for you? This week? Has it been okay?
Well, since we last did the stream, I finished off Hyrule Warriors: Age of Calamity, and oh my god, I might have just found my game 2020. It was incredible, and I am really happy about that. And since then, I'm back to work now after the lockdown we had in Britain. Finally back to work. I'm spending time with my missus. I'm spending time with my dog, and we're also getting everything ready for my wedding, which is in fact 2 weeks from today.
Woo!
Oh no, she's still not happy about me because we originally had something planned for the 19th, and I completely forgot that was my wedding day. So I was in the purpose for that.
See, me and James had something planned, which it's part of something that we're going to be talking about later today. But it's kind of like, yeah, are you free to do this Saturday? Sure, yeah. Yes. James said, that's fine. And then the next day's like, I kind of angered my wife, or my future wife to be. Oh, why? You know the thing we were supposed to be doing? Yeah, that's my wedding day. Oh, okay. I mean, you could walk down the aisle on the time, like, do you, James, take your wife to be your lawfully wedded wife? Hold on a minute. And welcome everyone to the Tally-Ho show. Yes, I'm live at the chapel. I'm getting married as we speak.
Oh my god, she's making a run for it.
And oh wait, she said I don't, and she's left. Okay, well, looks like I'm going to be doing the show at the reception by myself. I'm sad.
That was
great.
Yeah. That's a good way to start. That's a good way of starting off the marriage life.
Yeah, that's like you're not even married yet, and already.
Already in the doghouse.
You're already in the doghouse. Yeah, the dog can sleep on sleep on the bed with your wife. You know, he can just take that nice little back spot. You know, where your feet normally is. He can just sleep there. It's fine, and you just sleep in the doghouse.
Yeah, it's very cold. Luckily I was prepared for this. I've got heating installed.
Oh well, there you go.
But,
Crow's
yeah.
like, how are you all? I'm all good. Thanks for asking. Angering the missus, how dare?
I know. I'm gonna have to pull off something big for Christmas, something to make her forgive me.
Oh yes, you are.
But yeah, apart from that though, buddy, I am all fantastic. Well, I have my fantastic water, and I got my aim brew. I am settled and ready for the next couple of hours. But how are you, good sir? How the devil are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Just, was supposed to do streaming this week, but stuff. Just a lot of things were happening this week.
But yes.
But yes, that's all I could just say. But yes, but no. Other than that, it's been good. Just just chilling and trying to figure things out. So yeah, no, all good.
Ah, fantastic.
So now let's get on let's stop talking about us, because talking about us is always boring and can be annoying for people listening in. We need to talk about the main star of the show, which is none other than Tricky. Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. So, Tricky,
hello. So, from that basement that we've currently got you locked up in, how are you,
Yes.
sir?
I am doing good. You know, just relaxing, enjoying the good old Saturday.
Nice.
Just watching Formula One qualifying.
Perfect. There you go. Watching Formula One and doing the show. He's an amazing multitasker.
Oh, it's been done.
Oh, it's been done?
I watched beforehand.
Oh, well, there you go. Crow was like, I've been fighting COVID off, so my streams have been cancelled for the last week. Oh no, Crow! Oh, sorry to hear that. We hope you feel better soon. Hopefully that you're recovering and stuff.
We wish you a speedy recovery.
Yes, definitely. Wishing you a very speedy recovery from all of us here. So much love to you. And Edge is here, politely walks in through the front door, closes the door, and gently causes British man's house to break. Thanks very much, Edge. Always appreciate you.
I didn't know you were one of the 3 little pigs.
Yeah. Yes. It's it. Yeah, Edge is the big bad wolf. But every time he comes into my house and breaks it every time. Doesn't break any of the other pigs' houses, just my house.
And that's why he is. That's why he has my privilege of. And that's why he has my privilege of being my knight. My lord, sorry.
See, like, because I'm a pig, I bring home the bacon, but then my bacon gets destroyed because Edge just blows it off. So. Tricky's a friend of mine, and I enjoy seeing him. Oh, that's nice, bro. Well, let's say thank you for coming by and listening in. It honestly does mean a lot. But yes, no. Anyway, let's move on. Tricky, let's get an introduction about yourself. How did you get into gaming? What are you doing in terms of streaming and other projects that you are doing? And also, let's get to know your most favorite game and also your least favorite game as well.
Okay, so I first started getting into gaming, you know, as everyone else as a kid. My parents bought the good old Nintendo 64. So I started off playing games like Super Mario 64, Mario Kart, and I remember us getting I believe it was the Sega Dreamcast. And for some reason, I fondly remember playing a Power Rangers game on there that was just a side scroller.
There's a Power Rangers game on the Dreamcast?
Yeah.
I remember that one being on the SNES, but I didn't realize that was one of the Dreamcasts.
It might have been the Dreamcast. I know it was Sega. You gotta remember, this was back at, like, 98.
Yeah.
So...
A side-scroller. That would be interesting.
It's not fully side-scroller, but it was like the fighting games of that generation where you'd walk, and then enemies would walk onto the screen, you'd fight them, and then you move to the next part.
Is that what, like, exactly the same as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game?
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember playing that, actually.
Yeah.
Not the
That's what I remember.
Like Genesis, I think.
It might have been the Genesis.
Yeah.
It was one of the two. That's all I remember. All I remember is seeing Sega at the beginning.
Sega.
But
you just remember seeing Sega and that was it, nothing else.
Yeah. But after that, I actually stopped console gaming for a bit after the N64, and I went to just handheld because that's all my parents would allow me. So I played a lot of Pokemon, and I remember playing. I remember playing some of the. What are they called? Oh, the Harry Potter games on the Game Boy Advance.
Oh, classic.
But yeah, I moved back to console gaming and started to actually get really decent at the Call of Duty games. And then I wasn't really introduced to PC gaming until I was about 19 years old. And when I got my first PC when I was in the military. And I've never looked back. The only things I really play on console now are sports games or racing.
So since you played like Call of Duty on the PC, it's just like, well, this is my home now. FPS PC.
He has now become a member of the PC Master Race.
I have, yes.
240 FPS.
Give me all the frames.
Give me all the frames. Give me all the pixels. remove anti-aliasing and all that.
What do you mean? I can watch YouTube and play a game at the same time?
What is this?
And my frames don't drop? This is amazing.
What sorcery is this?
And then, yeah, for streams, I am a variety streamer. I play a multitude of games, but I mainly focus in the FPS and sim racing genres. But I do break out, as you can tell with Andy's streams, and that I do come and play some Phasmophobia with him. And we do play a lot of Among Us. And Breakout, play Rocket League, and a bunch of other games. Like I said, variety streamer.
Yeah, we also played some Star Wars Squadrons together, didn't we?
Yes, we did. And we absolutely destroyed in it.
Hell, motherfucking yes. We were awesome at that.
And also, you play the occasional Fall Guys, but when you want to win a crown, you call me.
Exactly.
Because apparently I am quote-unquote Tricky's lucky charm.
Yes, his luck of him being there helped me get through those damn hexagons.
And I still haven't got a goddamn crown yet.
Stevel, you're my good luck charm. I'm your bad luck.
No, it's not even that. I am just my own bad luck charm.
You'll get there one day.
Eventually, but not until it stops being funny, at least.
Yeah, pretty much.
You see, everyone raved on about Tim the Tatman's record, but in reality, they should be talking about the British Andy's record.
Oh yeah, come on. I'm like, yeah, Tim the Tatman. Which, if we could ever, hey, Tim the Tatman on the Tally-Ho show, that would be great. It probably would never happen, but one could.
Stranger things have happened, mate. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, Tim the Tatman's record. Please, come on.
Or
I've got the record now. I've got it.
Or go against Tim the Tatman on against him on Fall Guys. See who gets that crown first.
Oh god, that will be hilarious. That'll happen though. But again, one can only dream. But yes.
Once again, it's 2020, and I think if 2020 has taught us anything, is that even the unlikeliest thing will probably happen.
I mean, very, very true, very true. Edge says Harry Potter. Malfoy's father will hear about this. Sorry, I didn't know we were playing Harry Potter, a Telltale game.
So
Harry Potter and the Tally-Ho show.
The funny fact of that is the building I live in, right?
Yeah.
Someone had left a package instead of putting it in the box. For some reason, the mail company just left it on top. Apparently, there's someone in my building with the last name Potter.
Really?
I was like, what is reality?
Please tell me the first letter of his first name is H.
No, I think it was N.
Ah, damn.
Trust me, take that middle line and turn it, and it's an H.
Very true. Very true. There you go.
Just put it in there. Cupboard under the stairs. Just see if it actually gets to him or not.
Yeah, cupboard under the stairs.
No, you see, since it's not H, he has upgraded. It is now the area under the elevator.
The area, man. Oh yeah, Harry's living the high life now. My goodness gracious. So, Tricky, you talked about doing being a streamer, variety streamer, but mostly playing FPS games. You've done other stuff as well. Like you've gotten into the esports scene as well with some FPS games. Also, would you want to talk a little bit about that? Like, how did you get into like the esports scene also?
Yeah, sure. Well, the reason why I got into it is because I know I'm extremely competitive by nature. So anything with a competitive scene, I've tried to get into at one point or another. Other than Fortnite, that can just disappear.
Yeah.
But on the esports side, I mainly take part in CSGO. I own and play on a team called Evil Nature, and we currently play in ESEA Open, which is their amateur league. And we just finished the season a couple months ago, and we finished 7-9. So unfortunately, we didn't make playoffs, but we have made some improvements, and we're just looking forward to the next season.
Next season, just gotta go one step further and go for the playoffs.
Exactly. That's our goal, is playoffs next season.
Yeah. Well, good luck.
And I believe that we have the roster to do it. We just need to sit down and actually dig our heels in and really practice and get ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
And-
so you got
and then-
to do with any competitive sport.
Yeah, and then I also take part in a couple different sim racing leagues. One is Formula One, where I was doing commentary for it, but a driver's slot opened up, and I'm now going to be taking that spot.
Was it because of what happened in Bahrain? So you're taking the spot, or is...
No, it's because
no.
a driver was removed from the league due to lack of racecraft. We'll leave it like that.
Right, okay.
But I will be
this-
taking his spot as the lead driver at Renault in that league.
And this is like for people that are wondering. This is iRacer. Would be Formula One,
This
or-
is on Formula One 2020.
Formula One 2020. Yes,
Yes.
like for the virtual racing games.
And then I also take part in a GT racing league. We are currently doing GT4s. It's hosted by Sim Racing Geek. You can check out the league at srgleague.com. And currently we're doing season 4, or a season of GT4s, but in Assetto Corsa Competizione, which is the newest Assetto Corsa out, which primarily focuses on GT racing. And we have our last race of the season coming up, and we will be this Monday at 9 p.m., which I'll be streaming my point of view of. And then we will be switching back over to the GT3 cars for the new season, and they're always looking for signups. So if you're in North America or even Europe and you're willing to stay up that late and you're interested, please take a look at srgleague.com, or just shoot me a whisper on Twitch. And I'll get you the
And
info
for those of
it.
you who not wonder further, if you check out the link in the chat, I've sent a link to Tricky's Twitch channel if you want to have a look at that. Those of you who want to read the podcast, be sure to check out on www.twitch.tv/TrickyHG.
And if you have a link to the league as well, Tricky, feel free to post it into the chat. I tried to click on it just to make sure if it was like thing that's loading for me, so I don't know if I did it right or not.
I'll actually pull it up right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to ask as well, because you said you getting into, like, say, the competitive scene, and you're in like a esports league with CS:GO, and you do sim racing. For sim racing, like, how did you get into that? Like, was it okay? Because I know you have a big love for Formula One and other racing competitions as well. Did you like randomly stumble upon like one of the racing sim games, found out that there was like a league for it, and was like, I could give that a go, and like never looked back?
It's actually funny how it started, because I originally picked up a racing wheel and that because I had one in the past when I was a kid for the PlayStation, and I was messing around on that.
Yeah.
And what I did was I decided to look into it a little bit further, because myself and my friend Corey, we were talking about it, and he mentioned, oh, there's this game, Project Cars 2, why don't we try it on PC? And I said, yeah, sure. I just picked up a wheel, why not? And we messed around on it for a bit. And I figured, surprisingly, I was somewhat decent at it, which caught me off guard. But so I looked into that game more, and then I also looked into the Formula One games, because I was interested in Formula One. I liked watching the races, so I was like, you know what? I'll finally pick up a game, because they've been out since 2011, the Formula One games. I was like, you know what? I'm finally gonna, take a look, see what it's like. And within about a month of me playing Project Cars 2, I noticed that a thing popped up, I believe it was on Twitter or in a Discord, I was in one of the two, that said, hey, Logitech's hosting a tournament. And they're hosting it with McLaren, and if you win the tournament, you can be an esports driver for McLaren.
Ooh.
So I was like, oh, that'd actually be really cool. So I said, you know what? And it was only for, and that part of it was only for my region because it was regionalized. And I was like, you know what? I'll go for it. Why not? I know I'm not that good. I'm not going to do that well. I'll probably be near the back, but it'll be fun. Like, hey, I was in a live streamed event, right? And then I put in a little bit of practice and went into the race. Without even realizing it, I was actually starting to place pretty decently in it. Like, I wasn't anywhere near the like top 5 guys, but I was actually fighting for like 10th to 15th place out of like 25 drivers. With me just come.
Sorry, that's
and I was like, I've only been doing this for a month, and I'm able to do this. This might actually be something I should look into.
That's
sorry,
really
what were you gonna say, James?
I was gonna say that, ladies and gentlemen, is why practice makes perfect.
Yep, exactly. And I was like, you know what? I'll look into this more and see how it is. And then the more I looked into it, the more I found that the people hosting it also had their own leagues that they run. So they were partnering together for the broadcast so that it would also promote these online sim racing leagues. So I spoke to my friends. So I was like, hey, let's go join this league and try it out. And same thing, I was doing decent in it. I was placing around 10th, 11th so I was staying in the middle of the pack. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna keep practicing and want to get better in it. And it just kind of led to where I am now.
That's awesome. That's awesome that you have like it's like something you just like, I'll give this a try, and it's like you realize how good you are at it. It's like something that it's like all of a sudden like it's a passion. Like you.
Well, the crazy thing was that my very first ever event for sim racing, whether it be league or anything, was a tournament sponsored by McLaren and Logitech. I had no prior experience beforehand.
And that just made you feel like, you know, I could get used to this. Like this could be something I could just try out. And look where you are now. And now you're in like, you know, I'm guessing you're now like deep into like, say, the sim racing community now, and you're like, you know, you're taking part in all these leagues and you know, doing all these other like racing tournaments and doing stuff for charity as well whilst doing sim racing in the past too.
Exactly. Recently, I just took part in a charity race, which was a 23-hour race hosted by a well-known figure in the sim racing community named Jimmy Broadbent, who is also from the UK. And we were raising money for the Mine charity, and at the end of the race, we ended up raising just over 70,000 British pounds for the charity.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
And it wasn't my first kick at a endurance race either, because this whole year I've been taking part in iRacing's endurance league. So once a month or once every couple months, I'd started off with a 12-hour race, or 2 12-hour races. Then we jumped up to 24 hours. And it would bounce basically back and forth between 12 and 24-hour races. So, and for those that don't know, you don't do these races by yourself. You do have a team of drivers with you. And the Endurance League was actually something as well that I just kind of did on a whim. Because one of the leagues I was part of, I was watching one of their streams of a race that I wasn't a part of because it was a different league within the whole organization. And someone happened to mention in the chat, hey, does anyone want to do this 12-hour race with me? I need a teammate for it, because you need to switch drivers or else you get disqualified.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? Sure, why not? I'll do it. It's a 12-hour race. It'll be a fun experience. And then I found out I didn't have a high enough safety rating through iRacing, a high enough license to actually race in this. So I grinded their system for 18 hours to get into that 18 hours straight to get into that race.
Jesus.
Absolutely killed my competitive rating, because the fastest way to increase your safety rating is to start from the pit lane.
Yeah.
and then just try to get as little incident points as possible throughout a race.
Yeah.
So obviously people with a lower competitive rating are beating you, which drops your rating down. And but I got everything there just to find out that I registered wrong, and I only registered as a spotter instead of a driver. So, and then within the first hour, our driver blew the engine. So because he was the only one that could drive, we called it quits, and that was my first experience. But him and I talked about it. It's like, you know what? Now that I have the license, let's just go for the next race next month, right? It's another 12-hour race. It'll be a good experience. So we went into that race, not knowing what was going to happen, and I believe I did qualifying, and we started 28th on the grid out of 56 cars.
That's really not bad.
That's really
when you
good.
consider that's like middle of the pack.
And then we ended up blowing our engine again. And after I ended up spinning in my first stint, and we got T-boned by a car, which damaged our engine, and we blew it. But we decided, you know what, we're going to stick with this race. We had to sit for 45 minutes in the pit lane waiting for our engine to be fixed. But once it was fixed, we went out, and it's like, we're not going to be gunning for a top 10 here or anything. We're just doing this for the experience. And we still managed to get back up into the top 30 by the end of the race. I believe we finished 23rd.
That's still impressive.
Very good, yeah.
Like, even like waiting for 45 minutes in the pit lane to get everything back fixed up was like all the other cars are zooming past you. It's like 23rd out of, you said, like 56, was it?
Yes.
That's a big achievement. Like,
and
especially
then
for that.
That's a massive improvement, yeah.
And then the next race, we took a step up, and we said, okay, next race is a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Probably the hardest track we could race on. And we're like, let's do it. So we went in, same thing, we qualified around 23rd. So we were still in the middle of the pack. And we ended up having an incident where an Audi brake checked us and gave us damage, and we dropped all the way back to 52nd. And over that 24-hour period, just being consistent and getting as little damage as possible, we ended up finishing the race 11th and within a minute of 10th. We were actually in 10th, but unfortunately we had to make an extra pit stop.
Oh.
So we gave it up. But we were very proud after that race, fighting from 52nd all the way back up to basically the top 10.
Yeah.
That is an improvement,
like,
mate. You should be really happy about that.
Yeah, and then it's kind of been like that, the same story in every race. Like, something happens in the first few laps, and then got to make up for it, so on and so forth. It even happened in our most recent charity race, where our first driver, a driver for Fordzilla, Ford's actual esports team, he had an amazing stint. We started 13th, and he improved all the way to 2nd by the end of his stint.
Wow.
And what ended up happening was he got us up into 2nd, came into pit lane, misjudged his braking, and went right into the wall. 20 minutes of repairs. So we went all the way to last place.
Oh, the hard work.
I'm sure he was kicking himself after.
Oh, he was.
But I mean, at the end of the day, we're only human.
Yeah.
You know, you make mistakes.
Exactly. And it was like, whatever, we're just driving now. We're just gonna be here for the charity event. And we had an awesome group of people in the call with us too. Other large sim racing enthusiasts and YouTubers were in the chat with us, and I never thought I would be in the chat with them ever. But we had the Jardier, who's big and an absolute alien when it comes to racing. He used to be a professional driver. I forget what series he ran, but he used to be an actual racing driver, but now he does sim racing for a living. And another person on the call that caught me off guard, and I never thought in a million years I'd be in the call with, is a good person named Cyanide. I'm not sure if you guys know who he is.
Name doesn't ring a bell, no.
I know this Cyanide,
you know who,
I think that's... he does webcomics, I think.
Oh, okay. Do you know who Soviet Womble is?
I know you've mentioned him before with me. Yeah.
So
Basically, he plays with Soviet Womble. That's where I first found out about him. But he's huge into racing as well, and he does sim racing now on his Twitch channel and that. But I never thought in a million years that I would be in a call with him and joking around. And he ended up inviting me and Corey to to come join him in his community events and stuff like that. He said he'd be happy to race with us anytime.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
So it just Twitch streaming in general and meeting the people that I have has just been, it's mind-blowing the people I've met, basically.
Yeah,
it's like, holy crap, how did I get here?
Yeah. You know, you hear a lot of things about people like talking smack about Twitch with, you know, some things that they do with, you know, with the platform. But, you know, when you think about it, like, Twitch in general has helped a lot of people, like, get to know others up and around the community, and like, gives you so many opportunities to meet people and to do things that you thought you would never do in your wildest dreams. So for that, like, for example, with you, it's like, it just shows that, you know, Twitch is a good platform to, you know, meet people and to take part in so many great opportunities.
Oh, definitely.
So yeah, so thank you very much, Tricky, for that. Thank you for telling us a little bit about your, you know, your history of, like, you know, getting into gaming, like, and everything about Twitch, and also your esports, and, you know, being a part of the racing sim scenes as well. It's really fascinating to know about like how it all started just by going live on Twitch, and then look where you're at now.
Yeah, exactly.
Forgot to ask as well. Oh, sorry,
I was just gonna say, and another thing as well is with my sim racing is a meme has formed with me racing.
Oh,
it is
God, why are we
that
seeing
no matter what I'm doing, I could be running the most perfect race. Every race, someone hits me.
Oh yeah.
and takes me out and completely ruins my race. This has been a meme that started over the last couple seasons in my racing league for Assetto Corsa, but it has just absolutely snowballed and is now out in iRacing and Project Cars. In any game I play, I get absolutely wrecked by someone.
I'm sure there's like at least someone in the race that you're in who's just like, wait, that's TrickyHG. Okay,
Yeah.
The meme must live on. I must do this for the meme, and just crash into you just purposely.
Well, the thing is I just told the owner of the league that I shouted out the league on the podcast.
Oh, yeah.
And he messaged me and it's like, hope you didn't mention the Suzuka Nightmares hosted by Tricky. Because
well, now you gotta talk about it.
And I'm going to.
Alright. Also, SJ, how you doing? Hope you're well. Good to see you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. So so basically what happens at Suzuka with me, last season, I get taken out on lap 1. Car gets completely destroyed. I'm out of the race. Lap 1. And I was like, you know what? Whatever. It happens, right? The very next season, and that first season is when this meme started as well.
Okay.
It was literally every race except for 2 I got taken out in. And who knew? The 2 that I got taken out in, I was like top 10, top 5.
It's like they
And
just
then-
didn't want you to win that, did they?
Exactly. They're like, you got your 1 podium in the first season and you're not allowed anymore.
Yeah. No more.
But after that, so we go to we come to this season, and we come to Suzuka once again. Literally, the same place on lap 2 this time. I get spun and taken out, but not just taken out by one person. No. I get spun and I was like, I didn't hit the wall this time. You know what? I think I might actually be able to continue this race. Whatever, someone spun me. So I'm holding my brakes, and I'm in VR, right? I look to my right and just see all of a sudden, Janetta absolutely slams into me, completely destroys my car. I'm like, oh.
It's like, I hate myself. Why?
I hate you all.
And then I'm not done.
But wait, there's more.
Oh wait, there's more, because now this Suzuka race, ended up having to be canceled and thrown away because the server glitched out and kicked out over half the field.
Oh no!
If the server was pissed off, you crashed.
Oh yeah. So they're like, okay, we'll move it to the end of the race or end of the weekend, or the end of the season. Sorry. So we're like, okay, whatever. We'll just redo it at the end of the season. I jokingly put into the league's chat me seeing Suzuka and then the gif of that mouse looking like it's having PTSD flashbacks.
Oh god.
Yeah. And the owner of the league just messaged me and said, I swear if someone touches you this race, it's going to a straight ban.
Hey, or at least the owner of the race is like, look, I feel you, bro. I feel you.
He even knows the meme has gone too far.
That's good. I'm glad. At least you have the owner of the league that's on your side. So if anyone decides to hit you, whether intentional or accidental, they'll just be like, number one rule, do not, I repeat, do not hit Tricky, because if you do, I swear to God.
Yeah.
If you see Tricky,
I need
you
a bubble.
avoid him like the plague.
Yes.
Hey, that means you might actually be able to get, you might actually do well that season if you have that rule implemented, because people are just going to be like, all right, you know, might accidentally almost nip you and just be like, nope, and slow down for you.
Exactly.
You know what, Tricky?
But the thing is, though, right,
please.
is it's never intentional.
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
it
no,
just happens.
It just happens. It just can't be that. It's just unfortunate that it always has to be you.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god.
It's like there's 24 other drivers out here. Why do you have to hit me?
out of all the drivers that are here, why?
I think it's just honestly, at the end of the day, I think it's just because I am more of a midfield driver. Like, I'm not the quickest, I'm not the slowest, so I'm right in the middle.
Yeah.
So sometimes things happen at the front and people come through and they're angry and they're not paying attention, they accidentally hit you. Like, I had that recently where someone was driving angry because they got taken out early in the race, and he apologized to me about it. They were racing, he accidentally spun me and I went sliding right into the supports of a bridge.
Oh Christ.
Yeah.
Were you in VR as well?
I do all my racing in VR. The only game I don't do in VR is F1 2020 because it doesn't have VR support.
Fair enough. I'm just thinking, like, if you hit the support of a bridge, can you just imagine if you, like, in VR, you almost fell off the bridge?
I think they just need to implement a feature in VRs. If you crash hard enough, it just brings up the Dark Souls you died.
That could be you crashed. They have to do the sound effect as well. Like,
Exactly.
Oh my
You
god.
died.
You died. Well, shoot.
If that popped up for me, I'd just be like, well, no shit.
Yeah. It would just be like that one Nicolas Cage movie, like, you don't say. Just doing that.
Exactly.
Oh god. Well,
story.
thank you very much. True story. Thank you very much, Tricky, for telling us quite a bit about yourself. There was also, I think there was one question we need to get to know a little bit quickly. Most favorite game, least favorite game.
Most favorite game of all time for me is, for the longest time, I would say Ace Combat 5, hands down my favorite. But now it's a toss-up. It's between Ace Combat 5 and Lost Ember.
I think James is like, he's trying not to, but he's trying to be like, Ace Combat.
I'm trying to hold
rubbing his
myself
hands
back.
as hard as he can.
I'm trying to hold back here.
The thing is that Ace Combat, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the story. It's a game that has a bunch of replay value, and I'd love to play it over and over and over again. Also, because I'm a huge plane nut. That's one of the reasons why I was in the Air Force. But the reason why I say Lost Ember is because it's the first game in probably about 7-8 years that's actually made me cry.
Oh.
Because of the story.
Wow.
So, if anyone wants to check it on Steam, Lost Ember, it's actually a really, really good game.
I'll make sure to have a look at that. I need a good cry. After this year, I need a good cry.
You haven't already? It's 2020, man.
You brave man. We all.
I mean,
cried at least.
no, I tell a lie. I have cried, like, during this year. But not because of this year, but because of other things that happened. But, you know.
Things that we won't get into.
Yeah. Well, no, it's a good thing.
Oh, it's
yeah.
good thing. Okay.
Yeah, it was good thing. It was good thing. Maybe one bad thing, but 2020, everyone. Nervous smile. Two thumbs up.
The 2020, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not go through that again, shall we?
Exactly.
TrickyHG does stream Imagine Things in 2020.
Imagine Blank in 2020. Oh yeah, don't forget, by the way, guys, Tricky does have a merch store where you can get a Imagine Blank in 2020 t-shirt.
And face mask now.
And face mask as well. See,
So
you always say like, there's always a chance for me to plug your merch store, Tricky, at every possible moment, and I've done it on the podcast. So
if you want to go out into the world and beat COVID-19 while looking absolutely fantastic wearing your face mask, then be sure to check out Tricky's merch page.
Yeah, feel free.
TrickyHG.stream/merch.
There you go.
Totally not a cheap plug.
HG.stream.
This is the Tally-Ho show. We always do cheap plugs.
There you go. Go check it out. Go check out the show.
And I'm not. And so people know, and Andy's seen my merch page, that I don't do my merch for profit. I do my merch for something to wear. The most I make on any piece of my merch, no matter what the price is $1.
See, it's like you can get some really good merch at like such a really cheap price. You know, all thanks to Tricky, because you know he's like, it's really nice of you. Really nice of you.
I'm Canadian. It's obligatory.
You're obligated to do this because it's like you're Canadian. I love it. There you go. And what was your least favorite game out of everything that you played?
My least favorite game that I ever played will have to be Call of Duty Advanced Warfare.
Oh.
Because it's the only game that I ever bought and returned within a week.
But
Just got that bored of it, did you?
No, my mind was, if I want to play Halo, I'll play Halo.
But press F to pay respects. Remember that
press
meme
F
in the
to
game?
Pay respects.
Yeah.
But the multiplayer was just jumping around and shooting while you're in the air with exoskeletons. So why not just play Halo?
I mean, very true. I mean, it was kind of, I get why they did it, which is like, you know, you had because you had Modern Warfare. You had Modern Warfare, and I'm guessing, like, I thought to myself, there's going to be a futuristic warfare. I don't know what it's going to call it. And then Advanced Warfare came out. Like, this is their take of moving from modern to advanced.
I suppose
Here we go. There's gonna be Advanced Warfare 2 free. It's gonna be like that. But yeah.
And then they started this trend for the next 4 years of those stupid exoskeletons.
Yeah.
And I think maybe because they started running out of wars, and there's only so many battles to do for World War II.
Exactly. The new one's really good though. New Call of Duty.
You need to check that out.
Yeah, Cold War.
Yeah, Cold War is actually really good. I enjoy it.
Especially the Nazi zombies.
Wait, are they bringing that back?
I have a very opinionated.
Wait, are they bringing that back? Are they?
Oh yeah.
They have the new zombies, but it ain't zombies.
Oh, what? Okay.
You have the option now, if you want, to get extracted after 10 rounds.
Huh?
So what's the point?
You can literally beat zombies now.
Oh, that's rubbish.
That's just crap.
That's rubbish.
Mm-hmm.
But you can make a decision whether you want to keep going or you go, no, I'm done. I've won.
Yep, exactly.
I'll just keep going.
So when you get to round 10, essentially, it's just them saying, do you want a bitch out?
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it makes it even worse if you're playing with random people, because after you complete level 10, they're like, "Yep, let's go out." No, it's like, no.
So if one person leaves the game, like from being we're done, like everyone leaves.
No, everyone has to vote.
Oh, thank God. Because
But
if
if
it was
majority
like,
of
okay,
people
let's
vote
go,
yes,
guys,
you're screwed.
and like if one person's like, okay, let's go, and the other three are like, no, let's keep going, and one person leaves, and that made the whole team leave, I would be so mad.
Another issue with it. Another issue with it is you no longer just start with a pistol. You now start with a full loadout.
No,
no,
crazy.
Like a multiplayer loadout.
No, that's not how zombies work.
No, it's not like the good old days of us, Andy. If you wanted that pistol, you had to get that pistol.
Frickin', remember the ray gun?
Oh god, yeah.
Bloody hell. That was legendary. I remember when I first got the ray gun finally, I was like blasting through. I think that was like when I finally got up to like what, level 20 in the game?
Within the first 10 rounds, I was able to get the power on. In my first time ever playing.
Surely though, with the first, like, after 10 rounds, you get a choice whether you want to bug off, and then they said you have to have a group chat, a group idea. Surely it would be a case of, if you want to leave, you leave, and then you just leave the other person alone. And or just come as he's getting overrun by the zombies. He's like, mate, I need assistance! Boo! Your mate has left! Damn it! You traitor!
I mean, that would be pretty funny, not gonna lie.
Oh, the amount of memes coming out of that, though.
Yeah. You can still play round after round if you're, like, playing with a group of friends. But, if you're playing with the randoms, don't do it.
Yeah.
As a multiplayer is actually good, though. I do like the maps. My only criticism about the multiplayer is the player models can be pretty hard to see on the maps.
And is it going to be having its own battle royale mode as well? Or they're not going to.
They just integrated it with Warzone.
They're going to integrate it with Warzone. Yeah,
so
I mean that
you
works
still have to
way.
download Warzone separately, and when you click Warzone, it just loads Warzone.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. But they'll be
because Warzone itself is free to play.
Yeah. It's its own separate thing, which I like. I like that they've done that.
Yeah.
And that'll be good that they'll be integrating it with Cold War. So we maybe seeing like a new map, maybe a Cold War VR map at some point, which would be pretty cool to see.
It'd be a nice change to see a new map.
Yeah, I know, right? But it'll be
Since
funny.
Warzone came out, it's still the same map.
Hopefully they change that. SJ says, oh, also I heard Ace Combat and I was just looking into Project Wingman as that just recently came out. Okay.
I saw that pop up and I was interested in it. Like, it did intrigue me to see what it was, but I never looked any further into it. But I have heard of Project Wingman.
I'm going to have to look into that thing. I have heard of it, but not actually was confirmed what it was. Just, Project Wingman, neat. Moving on.
James, you and I need the 1v1 in Ace Combat 7.
Well, if you don't mind, let me get some training first.
Nope, no training.
A lot of training.
No training. No, you must just go one-on-one. Straight away.
Alright, I'll do one-on-one with you, but if I start kicking your ass, please don't kill me. Please let me have this. Please let me have this moment. I need it.
I need this in my life. Salem has just arrived. Hello, Salem. Welcome to the show. You're having a good day. Sorry I'm late. Had an hour's wait for dinner. No worries, all good. Hopefully you got the noms and hopefully that's all good. But thank you, Tricky. Thank you for that introduction. That is so. Now that you know more about Tricky, be sure to check out his Twitch channel at twitch.tv/TrickyHG. Be able to see all the things that he gets up to in the wonderful world of Twitch. So shall we get on with our topic? Let's get straight on with it, I think.
Yeah, I think we should. And since Andy started us off last show, it's my turn to start us off with my topic. And this one is a little bit interesting for me especially, because I'm seeing, recently in 2020, we're seeing a lot of sequels coming out. And some are good, some are great, but most are pretty damn awful. And it got me thinking, how many times have I seen a game that I really enjoyed, but never got a sequel? But other games that I know that were absolute rubbish seem to find enough money in order to think, yeah, you know what, let's greenlight them for a sequel. I never really understood it. So today, ladies and gentlemen, my question for the stream, and not only for Tricky and Andy, but for you guys who are currently listening in to the podcast or the stream as we speak, my question is, sequels. What game should have got one, and what game didn't really need one? So I'm going to open this up to the floor by starting with Mr. Andy. So Andy, what game do you think should have got a sequel, and what game do you think really did not need one at all?
I think for needing a sequel, I like the game that I have mainly in my head, and I know it already had a sequel. It already had a second game, but it would have been nice for it to continue on because of how how good the platforming was. For me personally, I thought it was a good like franchise, and I think maybe with it to keep going just a little bit longer would be amazing. Probably to see it on the PS2 would be great to see. And that would be Croc. Now I know Croc had Legend of the Gobbos, and then we had Croc 2, but after that, that was it. There was no more. It was kind of like, you know, Croc in general holds like a special place in my heart.
He's also like, so damn adorable as well.
I know. He's just an adorable little crocodile. It's like, look, he's like, yeah. Just want to pinch his little freaking scaly cheeks. Pretty much. But yeah, I mean, it's like playing the first game was amazing. Loved playing the first game. Played the second game. You know, that was still good. I love how they tried to make it into like a more adventure type feel with like, you know, like a world hub and stuff with what they did. Yeah. And they tried to, you know, bring in like, say, characters to talk as well, where it would be like just text. But, you know, I just think maybe a third game, like if they just pulled it out like they did with Crash Bandicoot and Spyro. You know, it's just like Spyro had a trilogy on PlayStation. Crash had a trilogy on PlayStation. What about Croc? Croc having a trilogy on PlayStation would have been brilliant. Would have been amazing. I think. Yeah. No, I honestly think Croc would be there. Actually, it's like kind of saw Croc coming there from Andy. Look, all right.
I honestly could. You mentioning Spyro, I could bring up a whole argument about Spyro.
Oh.
You got two. You do have two major fans of Spyro, not only here but also in the chat. So, give me your best.
I was just gonna say, what do you think's better, original Spyro or Legend of Spyro?
Oh well, I mean, I'd let original Spyro all the way. Pretty much. I get what they try to do. Like Legend Spyro is still okay. I get what they tried to do. They tried to make it into a whole new story and tried to like rebuild Spyro as it is. You know, if they did it without the need of an all-star cast. Granted, I know Elijah Wood being Spyro, kind of like a but he did pretty well. At first, when I found out Elijah Wood was and Gary Oldman being in the freaking game, it was just like, okay, this is it. Mark Hamill was in the third game.
Yep.
Mark Hamill was in the third game. I'm like, how much of a budget do you have?
I'm honestly one of the few that enjoyed Legend more.
You like Legend more? Interesting. Okay.
Because Legend was a bit of a darker theme.
Yeah, I get that. Legend was more of a darker theme, and sometimes you do need to go through like a darker phase, through like some.
Spyro was just going through his edgy teenage years, okay?
Yeah. You know, I get that. Original Spyro was pretty much like that. Look, you know, yeah.
It's probably also because I played original Spyro as a kid, and I didn't play the Legend series until like I was out of school.
Yeah, no, so, that's fair.
I'd probably enjoy it just as much if I went back and played the original trilogy now.
Yeah.
But as a kid, you weren't really worried about the story. But I'm a huge person, like with any game when it comes to story. Like I can get through a game if it has terrible mechanics, if it has a good story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can agree with you there. A good game, you can have the best graphics in the world. If it doesn't have a story or a good story, then that's it. You've lost me. And I just won't. I'll find it more of a struggle to play it if it doesn't have a good story.
Yeah. No.
And also, Andy, don't hate me. I've never played Croc.
Oh, it's fine.
Well, that's great.
No, like I know not a lot of people have played the Croc game, the first Croc game or the second Croc game. It's like, yeah, no, I totally get that, and you know, I'd say, hey, if you play the originals Spyro games on stream at any time, Tricky, I'd encourage you to play Croc and give it a go because I think you would like it. I think you would like it. The controls are pretty clunky, and pretty tricky to get, but it's a PlayStation game. So, but I think you would be able to, you know, enjoy it. But yeah, no, I get what you say. Like, I think Spyro would be like the happy child life, woo, like balloons, happy rainbows, hills, unicorns, and then Legend Spyro is like, you know, the edgy teenage life. Life is pain. I'm gonna listen to My Chemical Romance for all my
Holy
life.
crap! The world's actually ending.
Yeah, the world's ending, and and you feel okay with it. And Reignited Trilogy is, hey, I'm now a responsible adult. I've got a job.
Skylanders. We don't talk about Skylanders. We don't talk about Skylanders.
No.
Skylanders is when you become a young adult and you regret the things that you've done.
No, Skylander Spyro looked like he just had his face punched in too many times.
I know. Like,
you know that meme with the button that says upgrade, and then you click on it and it says fuck, go back. That was
Go back.
That's the perfect example of that.
Exactly. I remember when they announced Skylanders, like, hell yeah, let's go. What is that?
Yeah, I remember they did Skylanders, Spyro's Adventure. I'm like, yes, here we go, new Spyro game, and oh my god, what have they done to you? Activision,
What?
Why?
Activision, what have you done to my baby?
It's like, I'm like, who had the original rights? Take it back. And then Activision, you're like, yeah, and then they were just like, okay, we'll just make the Reignited Trilogy, and and then Toys for Bob. Thank God, Toys for Bob. We love you. Thank you for making the Reignited Trilogy. So yeah, it's like, like Skylander Spyro is pretty much in your younger, early adult life where, you regret the things that you do. And then Reignited Spyro is when, you're a responsible adult, and I was like, I've got a good job, wife, kids, and a house with a white picket fence on. Life is great. So,
exactly.
and now I'm looking forward to when Spyro gets a brand new game, because Crash 4, which is really weird because they made Crash 4, even though Wrath of Cortex should have been technically the 4th game.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I will fight anybody. Wrath of Cortex should be officially canon. Crash Bandicoot 4.
What was the one Crash game where there was like a mission where you had to fly a plane?
That was Warped, I think.
Was it Warp? Yeah, no, it was Warp. And also Wrath of Cortex. It happened at Wrath of Cortex as well. You could fly a plane. Yeah, pretty much. Was it Hello Nika?
That's the one. That's the one I remember.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, no, you could do it in Warp and Wrath of Cortex as well, so... Yeah, Crash 2...
I have it on the Switch, the remastered. And I started playing it, but I haven't continued it. I really should.
You should. I need to. I've bought Insane Trilogy, but I've only played it like once. Well, I played it a couple times. One when I played it just for a few hours, and then the other time when I did it for a Let's Race with Pete. So it's like, I haven't played it since. Hello, Nika. How you doing? Who says responsible adult? What is that? I have no idea what a responsible adult is. I'm just a man child. That's who I am. I'm a man child living in a basement in someone's house.
if you're a responsible adult, you're not living.
I'm a responsible adult. That's mostly because I have taxes to pay.
Yeah, damn you taxes. And then Sakasi comes in going, Crash to Insanity, the best Crash out there. Ooh, I don't know about that. we're gonna have a. I mean, that's your opinion, Sakasi. That's fine. You can have your opinion. That's not a problem.
Everybody
Opinions are like assholes. Not everyone wants to see it.
I like that.
The thing is, everybody is allowed to have their own opinion. Your opinion may be wrong, but it's still your opinion.
So I mean, going back, I think Croc should have really had like another game, like just be a part of the trilogy with, if you want your colourful animal mascots to still, flourish. Back in the day, you had Crash, you had Spyro. Have Croc, have a third game. It'll be great. I would have bought it. I would have wanted it. I would have, it's just my life. My life is Croc.
I think calm down.
I'm part of the Croc Master Race, damn it.
HD remastered Croc.
Yeah,
it's just a photo in Florida.
Yeah. Oh my god. But I don't know who has the rights to Croc anymore. But it's like, if you're listening out here, whoever has the rights to Croc, can you do me a favor? Just give it to Toys for Bob. Let them do stuff with Croc.
Or give the rights to Andy, who he then passes on to Toys for Bob, because he would know. He will make sure that it gets a release date.
Abso-frickin-lutely. Abso-frickin-lutely indeed. Nick, as I do well, thanks, Andy. How are you? I'm doing good. Well, welcome to the podcast. It's greatly appreciated to have you here as we talk about all things gaming nonsense. And what? We're already like over like almost an hour and a half in, and we're already on the first topic. You gotta love it. Love it. It's gonna be great. I'd rather keep my sanity, Sakasi says, than rage the whole way through. I mean, fair enough. Understandable.
Yeah.
Salem says purple, orange, green. There you go. That would be perfect. That would be perfection. Secondary colors with the primary color logo of the PS1. See? Would work. Be great. But quickly, just before, and then we'll go to Tricky. A game that really shouldn't have. I think, and I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this. I probably will.
Yeah.
But I think the one game. I've had to have a think about it. And yes, I'm excited for like the one game that's coming out on PS5 because I'll be interested to see how it goes because they're moving it into a different direction, which is great. But before they made the games that would work with VR, I've got to say Resident Evil.
Really?
Wow.
I've got to say Resident Evil. Like the
Now,
games are great.
Like making new Resident Evils or doing the remasters?
I like the remasters. I don't mind, but it's just when 6 came out, like it was just a kind of just like how much more can you milk this?
Say that. You say
Well,
that
look
though,
at the
but
Fast and
Resident
Furious
Evil 6.
franchise. They're on 9 now.
The weird thing
my
is though is
God.
that Resident Evil franchise was going pretty much in a downhill spiral, just about to hit the ground. Then Resident Evil 6 came out, and it's just pulled it up and basically gone into a massive 90-degree climb now. I thought it was
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just I just feel like
I haven't actually.
I didn't like this.
See,
yeah.
I haven't actually managed to play 6, but I've seen people watch it, and I love it. I think it's brilliant.
I mean, it's like I don't
I am
know.
Call of Duty.
Hi, I'm Call of Duty. Activision has been milking me for years. Yeah, I know. Like that's
owned
also
every
another
Call of
one that
Duty.
I think that should like at least stop maybe, but that ain't gonna happen. But I just like because it's gonna be the online and esports and stuff. But if you're thinking about a game that has like story-based thing, it's just like Resident Evil. I'm like, just get to a point where the heroes finally save the day, that the virus is done, the zombies are dead, Wesker's gone. Let's just live our lives happy now. When is
I
it
do
gonna
agree
end?
that they have milked the Resident Evil series.
Yeah, they have. It's just
Because they have, 7 now?
they got 7, which
Plus the remasters?
yeah. When it
Vintage,
comes,
isn't it?
when 7, I kind of like where 7 went, where they, with making a whole different story out of it. I get it.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, okay, fresh new thing. But it was just the case of just like I'm talking about like the story base of
How it's back in Raccoon City and
back in Raccoon City. Like I mean, the early games, like you have 1, 2, 3. Yeah, cool. 4 was great. But it's just the same thing. It's like, the virus is spreading everywhere. Zombies. It's like, when is this going to end? Because there's got to be a light at the end of the tunnel with this story. It's got to finish at some point. It's just like, but now that they've moved on to like a different aspect with a different protagonist that you play as in 7, and you still play as in the new Resident Evil game, I'm like, okay, now that you've made an entirely new story out of it, now it's starting to get fresh. I think the story that they had before was they were milking it dry. But now that they've made something fresh with it, cool. I'm all for it. So I just say like the story aspect of Resident Evil, they really should have just like moved on with something else with the franchise, with a entirely different like story to it. That's just how I think.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's your
I can
opinion,
agree with
anyway. Okay,
Over to Tricky.
Yeah.
Yay.
So Tricky then.
All right.
You heard Andy's one. So what games do you think should have got a sequel, and what game did you think definitely didn't need one?
For games that need a sequel, I'll just flat out say any Valve game that ends in 2. Because Valve, when they sit down and actually make games, they can make games. And I don't know what their obsession is about hiding 3. Because you have Left 4 Dead 2, Team Fortress 2, Half-Life 2. See, the thing is, though, is I can make an argument for Team Fortress, and this is something I've been saying since it came out, that there is a Team Fortress 3. It's called Overwatch.
Pretty much. I can agree with that.
That's what I feel. And then Left 4 Dead, yeah, they just released the whole new expansion, a whole new mission after how long? But
That's Left 4 Dead
a whole
3,
new campaign.
though. In Left 4
Exactly.
Dead 2.
Yeah, it's not Left 4 Dead 3. I could only imagine with like Source 2 engine for Left 4 Dead 3, that would actually be really fun. And then,
That would be, when you think about it.
And then I know Half-Life Alyx came out, but they didn't call it Half-Life 3, and it's only available to people with VR. And specifically, people with VR with Valve's headset.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
technically,
dumb.
Does Hunt Down the Freeman count as a Half-Life game?
Say that again?
There's a game that was released called Hunt Down the Freeman, which is basically based around Half-Life as a whole. Does that count as a Half-Life game sequel?
No. Because it's not Half-Life 3.
Yeah, pretty much. You can just imagine that, yeah, SJ's like, no, it does not. And she's like, I remember the legendary Overwatch
It's
game
terrible.
where British
Yes.
man walked off in rage. Yeah, we don't talk about that.
I
talk about that game.
don't actually know this, so Edge, if you could send me the video by way, mate, I would very much appreciate it.
Oh, Christ.
Right,
Anyway.
and then for my game that I think didn't need a sequel, it's not really a game per se, more as a mod that was turned into a standalone game.
Gary's mod?
No. DayZ.
Oh, DayZ.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
because that's part of Arma,
2.
right? Yeah, Arma 2.
It came out as a mod for Arma 2, and then they made it into Bohemia Interactive, the people who make Arma, like, you know what, we're gonna double down on this mod and we're gonna make its own standalone. And you know how usually games release themselves in early access for people to try them out and that?
Yeah.
The game was still half in development when they released DayZ in early access.
Oh my god.
Like, it was barely playable. And because of that, and it being released too early, it was definitely it definitely flopped. And a lot of people are saying like the standalone didn't need to happen. They could have easily just ported the mod over to Arma 3, which most people have because you can play it in Arma 3.
Oh, that's good.
And continue on from there. And that's another thing as well, is another mod for Arma that got turned into its own standalone game, PUBG. PUBG started on Arma as PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Or PlayerUnknown's Battle Royale, my apologies.
Yeah.
On Arma 1.
Wow.
And then it moved to 2, then to 3, and now it's its own standalone.
Now it's its own standalone, and look how it got. It got immensely popular.
Oh, it did. That's a case where like them being like, let's do PlayerUnknown just backing away from the Arma series and saying, you know what, let's make this a standalone because it's been such a popular mod, and it worked. DayZ, on the other hand, was better left in Arma 2, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I can understand that. I can understand that with DayZ and stuff, because I remember watching like back in the day when it was first. Who was playing it? Yeah, I remember watching. Do you guys know the streamer Cream?
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, like back in the day, because he used to be big on the Gears of War scene. Back in the day with esports. But he also streamed streamed Gears of War back in the day, and then he did like Arma and DayZ, and that's how I first got to know him. Back in the early 2010s, and he was just hilarious to watch because it's like all of his no Salem, not that. Oh, freaking Jesus Christ. Christ.
Giggity, giggity.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I had to. Yeah, well, of course you did. Jesus. It's like, I get it. It's post-watershed for you in the UK, but it's 12:42 p.m. here for me. Come on.
Technically, it's not post-watershed at the moment, so...
Well, it's gone past 7 p.m. for you, all right?
I actually have... Or when you're done, I actually have one more game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, no, I watched him play, and I just remember how buggy the game was when he was playing DayZ, and just how it was funny to see him rage at it because of just how bad it was. But it was just, yeah, I can totally understand where it's just like, why do they even do that? But yeah. And then also going on to what you said, like any Valve game that has a 2 in it. Like, I remember, like, what we were just talking about before we even started the show, like, it's going to be, like, Valve will make Half-Life 4. But wait, where's Half-Life 3? It's part of, like, the Half-Life virtual reality game. But that doesn't count, like, when like, what are you talking about? And then Valve will just go, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing with Left 4 Dead. Like, they made the expansion for Left 4 Dead 2. Then they make Left 4 Dead 4. But wait, where's Left 4 Dead 3? Yes. And then Team Fortress 3. Team Fortress 4. Wait, where's Team Fortress 3? It's like, that doesn't make
Overwatch.
Yeah, they'll just say Overwatch.
So basically, Valve are allergic to the number 3.
I will laugh my head off if they decide to just put in Half-Life 4, Left 4 Dead 4, Team Fortress 4, because then we will know that Valve are allergic to 3. I swear down that there are probably developers at Valve that are probably milking this, gonna be like, let's just make a meme for everyone. It's like, do you want to piss off the fan base? What do? We make new games for Left 4 Dead, Team Fortress, and Half-Life, but we add 4 as opposed to 3. Bill, you're a genius. It's gonna happen, I bet. And if it does, I will gladly be on this show whatever season it is, and I will be like, I freaking called it. But mind you, I'm sure a lot of people are probably saying that as well. They'll say 4 as opposed to 3 in their next game.
Yeah.
So what was the other game you wanted to talk about?
The other game that I want to talk about was any NHL after NHL 14. Because after NHL 14, EA Sports decided, they didn't decide, but they no longer had any competition for 2K for NHL. So they just started getting lazy in the games. And there has been some persistent problems from NHL 14 that still exist in the new game.
Wow.
You can ask anyone that plays it competitively, and that's another thing I play competitively is NHL. That I've been doing for 10 years. And they just haven't tried. They try to add in all these new flashy features instead of just fixing the game so it can be competitive. Because they want it to be an esport. They've gone through Faceit, which hosts Counter-Strike majors. And they were hosting PUBG events as well. And they want to make their game esports ready, but the only thing they can do for esports right now is the 1v1 where you play as the whole team. And that can easily be swayed by player overalls. One team can just be better than the other.
Yeah.
And it got to the point where they had to have the players literally playing the same team against each other in the tournaments. So it'd be an even thing, and then it's not fun anymore.
Yeah, because you're just playing the same team over and over again, and you already know like how they play. It's just like, we get it.
Well, it would literally be Winnipeg versus Winnipeg.
Oh my god, Winnipeg versus Winnipeg.
Yep. So that was actually the last tournament, was Winnipeg versus Winnipeg, and they want it to be a more competitive scene, and one of their biggest untapped markets for esports that they haven't even tried to do yet is their EA Sports Hockey League, their 6 versus 6, where you play as one player in a position and you work with a team of 5 other people. And that's what I play competitively. And because EA hasn't officially made that an esport, there's a million leagues out there now, just private leagues. and and even one of the private leagues has its own like actual paid league within it. But they can't make it an esport because the game is so broken. For example, there's been instances. First of all, there's no stick collision, or this is basically since NHL 14. There's been no stick collision with the goalies, so people's sticks will literally go through the goalie and they'll score. There's been literal holes in the goalie's hitboxes for their pads. And not just like on the edge and it's like whatever, you could say it's a clipping issue. It literally through the middle of the pad. And constant game crashes and so on and so forth. And they haven't really had a competitor to really force them to actually up their game and make their game play like everyone wants to play it. And I know this isn't really a topic today, but what do you guys think on the competition like between companies? Do you feel like it's better for a game to have competition?
Yeah.
Like between developers?
I'll let you talk, James. I'll let you talk.
I think it is quite good because the whole point of like, especially with consoles and games especially, you want to have that sort of nice competition, because if you've got no bar to set or no one else is going against you, there's sometimes they might put a bit of half-assed effort into it, I guess. Where in the case of, well, we can just put this out anyway. I mean, it's not like they're going to go out and buy anyone else or get anything else. Whereas if you have that low competition, you've got that extra motivation to think, okay, we can do what we want, but we need to make sure it's better than their game. And if their game's good, then we're going to suffer for it. So we need to be on top of our game. We need to be that extra step forward. So I think, yeah, big competitions are good for that.
A good example is NHL 15, where this was the first year they decided to release it both on the old generation console, on like the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, as well as the new generation consoles. But they thought it'd be a smart idea on the new generation consoles to only to remove 80% of the game modes.
Yep, I remember that. I remember because I know it's like, didn't they remove like Be a Pro or something like that?
They removed Be a Pro, they removed their 6v6. The only things that they had on there were Versus and Hockey Ultimate Team. Of course, because you know, Hockey Ultimate Team is a big money cash grab with microtransactions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But and then they came out and were like, oh, we don't know why the next gen version is selling less than the old gen.
Gee, I wonder
why.
They don't realize over half their player base plays those other game modes. And to this day, there is still people asking for GM Connected to be put back into the game mode, where you and your friends can take control of teams, do trades, everything like that.
It's like an online league, pretty much. Exactly. But you have your own team, they have their own team.
Exactly, like you would take control of, say, the Vancouver Canucks and that, and you would become their GM, but your friends would be the other GMs. It wouldn't, like, there would be AIs for teams that weren't filled, but you'd have whole groups of 32 people, like managing the NHL basically by themselves and doing trades and contracts and all that. And people have been asking for that, I think, since NHL 16 to be back, and they haven't put it back. And it was one of their most popular game modes.
You gotta love it when EA does that. They make something that's so popular, and then the next one they're just like, take it away. It's just like
they just go, it doesn't make us money. Why should we keep it?
Yeah, exactly.
It's why they are classed as a bad company for games. This is exactly the reason for it.
SJ in the chat did say it should, because when you said like the NHL games, SJ said should just put that under an umbrella and say any sports games that's released yearly that doesn't really need anything substantial outside of roster changes. Exactly. And as you said, NHL, there was another game that came into my head that doesn't really need any more, and that's FIFA. And I love FIFA. I love FIFA. It's a great game, but I think it's just gotten to the point now where it's like, just give us FIFA. That's it. Not FIFA 21, FIFA 22, just FIFA. And then every year, okay, do a pay thing where it's like, do you want the updated like roster and changes, like just $5 for the change or something like that, something cheap. And then it's like your game updates with the latest rosters and extra fixes or stuff like that, or new modes. Because they can do that in the game. They can like in FIFA 18. Remember when it was like, oh, you got FIFA 18, great stuff, and then World Cup happened, updated it for World Cup. It's like they can do that in the game, but it's like, oh no, they still, but it's just a cash grab. So I feel like any sports games, but they got Pro Evolution Soccer, but I don't know. Even though they've got competition, because PES is doing slowly pretty well, and I'm getting to the point where I might actually pick up PES 2021 and give it a go and see if it's any better than FIFA.
It was a major victory for
EA. Oh, sorry, after you, James.
It was a major victory for FIFA when they got the rights to use the Champions League football on their work, because that's what PES had over FIFA. They had the Premier League, the FA Cup, all that stuff, but PES had the Champions League. But since FIFA took that away from them.
Yeah, that's true.
I know another thing as well is, especially with my friend group, we were talking about this, and my teammates, how everyone who plays NHL has caught EA in their whole like, oh, it's a new game every year, and not just reskinned for the next year, correct? And we caught them in that blatant lie, because when NHL 21 released, it literally had the same bugs as NHL 20.
And that's when you know they're just lazy.
Called you out like that.
And everyone was like, what the hell?
Well, they did that.
We didn't care so much about the fact that that they reskinned it. We're like, yeah, that's expected, because why should they rebuild a game from the ground up when they don't really need to change the mechanics? And it's like, yeah, move it over. But it's the fact that they're like, oh, all these new features and all this and all that, and it's like, but you never fixed the old bugs that were plaguing the game.
And as soon as you said that, the only thing I can think of, again, FIFA, is the FIFA Legacy Edition on the Switch. Because that's the same. That's the same issue. I think it started with like FIFA 19. FIFA 19? Yeah, FIFA 19. FIFA 19 Legacy Edition. You can get that on the Switch. And then you can get, and then FIFA 20 and FIFA 21 Legacy Editions have come out for the Switch as well. But if you go onto Nintendo's eShop website and you see the like FIFA 20, FIFA 21 Legacy Editions, it blatantly says like, we haven't done any changes to the game or have fixed anything. The only changes that they've made is the roster. That's all it is. It's the same game. So it's like, and I'm just like, are you freaking serious? Like, no changes whatsoever. It's the same game as FIFA 19. So if you ever want to get FIFA 21 Legacy Edition on the Switch, if you only have a Switch and you want to play FIFA, to those of you that are listening, just buy FIFA 19 Legacy Edition. It's much cheaper, and it's the same game as FIFA 21 Legacy Edition. It's like EA are just getting so lazy with their sports games. It's unfreaking real. I remember like back in the day, like FIFA 2008, 2009. Those games were amazing because they put all the freaking effort in, like for their game modes. It was amazing.
And even if they brought out the same game, you could even see the major differences that they had made. Whereas now, it's a case of the games they bring out now is like, we've added something brand new. Okay, where is it? What do you mean? We have no idea what you've added to new. That's new to this. So where is it? Now the crowds look realistic. I don't give a shit about the crowds. I just care about the football.
Believe it or not, that was the opposite in the hockey games. It's because the crowds are so bad, people actually asked for realistic crowds. Because they were that bad. Like, they were just low polygon.
How bad is your game gonna be, though, when you're focusing on the crowd being bad on the game?
Yeah. Like, it was bad enough that it actually took the immersion away. But one thing I honestly wouldn't mind them doing is instead of going yearly with the game, right? because every 4 or 5 years, and this is for all sports games, every 4 or 5 years is when they come out with new mechanics. Around that.
Yeah.
So to improve the mechanics and that. What I think they should be doing is if they're going to be switching mechanics every 4 or 5 years, why not release the game every 4 or 5 years and just have just update the game that you have?
That would be great in the real world, but at the same time, as I keep altering, the reason for that is because it's a cash cow and people will buy it.
Like me. I just will buy it because I'm like online and update. It's just the online, because you won't play it. You won't be able to play anyone else, like say on FIFA 17 anymore, because no one's there.
No,
like,
everyone's on the new game.
Yeah, which is sad. Dearie me.
Okay.
Actually, it's like that's what Konami recently did with Pro Evo, believe it or not. Really? Interesting. Salem's like, what did I come back to AFK to sort out? We just talked about EA Sports and how they're just a scummy company. And we don't, if anyone's listening from EA, we don't do this because we hate you. We want you to do better. Please, just...
We're not angry. We're not angry with EA. We're just disappointed.
Exactly. I just want, please,
Andy,
just...
you live in the same city as EA Sports, that makes...
I know, they're like freaking...
They're like
30 minutes. They're like 30 minutes away from where I live. I could go by and just be like, look, please. And also, the CEO. Did you know the CEO of EA has the same freaking full name as me?
Really?
Yeah, no joke. Because I have a friend of mine that works at EA. Like
surely we should complain to you, Andy.
No, well, yeah, but it's like, but they work with the Origin stuff. They don't do the EA Sports or the FIFA stuff. So whatever they say, they like the EA Sports team won't bloody listen. But it was funny because they took me out to the EA Christmas party. I was like, oh, thank you. So it's like, went to the Vancouver Convention Center, and they milked. They honestly, I think they just invited me just so they could milk it with their friends. They'd be like, this is Andrew Wilson. This is the CEO of EA. Just like, no wonder. Like, they told me to make sure to have my ID out because everyone else was like, really? Nah, you're not. And I had to pull out my ID all the time, like, oh my God, you are. So I was just like, I was like, everyone gets a day off, paid, everything.
Hey,
it's like,
Bob,
and also,
I know you're fired. But I just began working there. Well, you're fired. But,
and then
now you're double
the
fired.
actual Andrew Wilson walks up.
That'll be funny. Oh man, if I ever got to meet the actual Andrew Wilson at EA, that would have been a picture and a half. That would have been brilliant. But yeah,
Here we see this photo of Andrew Wilson.
Which one is the CEO of the company? Or actually, to put it out, which one would you like to be the CEO of the company? Because one of them will actually sort the shit out.
And everyone goes for the wrong person by accident.
Yeah. Oh crap! Oh, just like that one Among Us game, eh, James? We won't get into that. Also, hello Lexi, how you doing? James, we haven't heard your game yet. So let's hear it. What game should have had a sequel, and what game shouldn't have had a sequel?
Well, to be honest, the one major one I think should have got a sequel was Maximo. It did have one, which was Army of Zim, which, I'll be honest, it wasn't that good. I didn't like it, but I loved the story, and I wanted to know how it ended. And then the studio that actually made the Maximo video game is now basically gone collapsed, and they've said, no, we're no longer making another Maximo game. Which I was really irritated about, because it ended the story ended really well, and I really wanted to know what was gonna happen. And then just ended like that, just left like a big gaping hole. What could have been. So, like, games that are like from a sequel, they set up for a trilogy, but they don't actually go through with it. I think it's one of the major ones. Even if you know it's gonna be a bust, just give it a trilogy and end it. That's all we want. I wanted to end, so we can end on a high note or end on a sour note, whatever the hell this game is like. But at least we know how it ends. Don't just finish the game halfway through on the second one and go, yeah, no, we're not gonna tell you the rest of how it ends. Like Force Unleashed 2 as well. Again, it was bad. I didn't really like the game. It was way too quickly. But it set itself up for a sequel, but then didn't go through with it. Although apparently there is talks of a third Force Unleashed coming on now, so this may be a bit premature. And I really despise those games that are in a trilogy, but they don't only get to the second one. They're like, nope, sod it, that's it. Not giving you a third one now. Deal with it.
Yeah.
And but the games that didn't need one are the ones that you just know are cash cows. And the major one for me that I think is the biggest cash cow in history is Call of Duty Black Ops 4. It was there was no story. It was literally just a Call of Duty glorified Fortnite, and they bloody knew it. There was no single player mode. It was all multiplayer. It was all set there, but you still had the exact same price for a normal Call of Duty game. And
that was. Sorry to cut you off. Black Ops 4 was the game that made me laugh at Call of Duty because they're like, oh, people don't want a campaign anymore, so we're not going to put one in. And then they released the game and everyone's like, where the hell's the campaign?
Oh, we thought you didn't want it. Well, you assumed wrong. That makes us a single player campaign. But
yeah, I was like that as well. I was just like, that's why. I mean, I got 4 eventually, but as soon as I got 4, then Modern Warfare came out, and I'm like, well, there's no freaking point in playing this then.
Yeah.
I might as well. It would just be gathering dust in my gaming collection. But at least I got it.
It's just there was Black Ops 4 did kind of had a plans for a campaign, but it was multiplayer focused, if I recall. Yeah, that was the point of it. Was supposed to have mostly multiplayer. Didn't know for a single player into it, but the single player was just apparently what I heard was just a tutorial. And
it was just the basic. When you got a new character, you would have a single player mission, basically just to get used to their abilities.
Yeah, that's not the game. There's not much point in you bringing characters out and go, hey, by the way, we've got this fantastic story for this person. Great, can I keep playing this him? No. You get one mission, no, let's throw him back into the multiplayer site. Why? It's that. When I heard that just irritated the hell out of me, just because they knew exactly what they were doing. There is already a Fortnite version of Call of Duty, and it's called Fortnite. There was no absolute reason to have it. It's just a massive cash cow. I am so happy it blew up in their faces. But that was irritating me when this is said, like, oh, it's a brand new sequel. No, it's not. There is nothing secret-ish about this at all. Sorry, are you getting off my chest?
No, I 100% agree with you. Black Ops 4 was just a multiplayer game. It was basically DLC for Black Ops 3.
Yeah, it really was.
The only thing I liked is they got rid of the stupid wall running and that.
Yeah.
And I remember when they announced Black Ops 4, they're like, boots are back on the ground, and you could see the crowd just go, finally.
Boots are back on the ground. Yes! But you have to jump out of a plane and then fight to the death. This is Fortnite. What?
Yeah.
This is Fortnite. No, it isn't.
That was the huge selling point for Black Ops 4 too. It's like, it's going to be the first Call of Duty Battle Royale. And if I'm going to be completely honest, it wasn't that bad of a VR. But when they actually made Warzone just blew it out of the park.
Oh yeah.
Warzone is the only BR that I can play for like more than an hour and not get bored.
Yeah, I can agree with that. When I played it as well. I think like the BR in Black Ops 4 was probably just them testing the waters out for a battle royale type game. And to see it like maybe get, immensely popular, like not completely popular, but just a little bit, like a little tiny bit, probably just made like, okay, this is something that we're going to be doing from now on, or like, when they made Warzone at the end, and then all of a sudden, boom, it's exploded.
And then they saw the viewership of Twitch rivals at TwitchCon when they had like Team Shroud, Team Ninja, Team Courage, and someone else, and Team Doc, I think.
Oh.
All like battling on stage, but even then, you could tell right away like they couldn't fully make it a actual tournament.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that whenever you'd see the pros get it get into, or the streamers to get into the same lobby as each other, and they started fighting each other. Excuse me. One of the teams would just back out and go into another lobby because they had to get as many wins as possible for the tournament. So they didn't want to spend time fighting each other, even though everyone wanted to see that on stage.
Yeah.
So, it's like, isn't that the point? Is you're supposed to battle it out on stage in front of people?
Yeah, to be number one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a weird concept with that tournament, to be honest.
Yeah. You and I were both there for that.
We were, yeah. I mean, I don't think I watched the.
Oh no, that was the year before. Sorry.
Oh no, yeah, that was Black Ops 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, Black Ops 4 was.
That was 2018.
Yeah, 2018. We met at 2019.
Yeah, we met last year.
Yeah, last year they had.
They did Fortnite, which I know there was. You had.
But the Fortnite thing was cool because they actually had all the players in the same building.
Yeah, that was
in
cool.
the same room.
That was cool. And then
I was actually there live for that.
You were like,
and
you watched.
I'm not a big Fortnite fan, but honestly, watching it live was actually really cool.
Oh yeah. Just being able to like watch like it happen like with your very own eyes as opposed to watching it on a screen.
Yeah.
You can definitely feel like the adrenaline and the adrenaline rush and the intensity. And that was also because Doyu, Evansol, and Keith were all on the team.
Yep. That as well, and the whole server was like find the furries and kill them.
Yeah, pretty much. That was just that.
Because everyone was wearing like the tiniest models that they could, and then you just see Dory and all them, and like the fox and all that.
Yeah, because they're just like, we're just here for fun.
Yeah, because they couldn't get into the Apex one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was it. They couldn't get into Apex, but you know, next best thing was Fortnite, so it's kind of just like, well. But
I want TwitchCon to have CS:GO, and I'll be there.
Oh man, if they had CS:GO, can you just imagine?
Yeah,
that'd be amazing. That'd be so good.
Trust me, every CS:GO player, including myself, has had plays like I wish this was in front of a crowd. Because even you and your teammates are like, what just happened?
It's like, just imagine being in front of a crowd where people just go, ah, you just like, and then you could just have that sense of like adrenaline being like, people saw that.
Yeah.
Hundreds of people saw that.
Like,
right?
yes, I think it was yesterday, because CS:GO just released a new operation.
Oh.
So all the pros are trying it out, and the semi-pros are trying it out. So they're all playing normal matchmaking again, instead of playing off on third-party sites and that. And we actually ran into some semi-pros, and I was actually quite surprised on how well I played against them. And it was like, geez. I am and here I thought I've been playing like trash for the last few months. And then I go basically even on my score and almost dropped 20 against semi-pros, and I was like, maybe I'll stick with this CS:GO thing for a little bit longer.
Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd be pretty good. Anyway, yeah, I think we've covered that point enough. So, are you guys happy to go on to a conclusion?
Yep, I think conclusion sounds good.
Fantastic. So, Andy, your conclusion then. What game should have got a sequel and what game didn't really need one?
Game that really needed a sequel, I think, for a third game was Croc. You know, we had Croc and Croc 2 on the PlayStation. I mean, Croc 1 was on like PC and Saturn as well as Game Boy. I think Croc 2 was on Game Boy Color. I think only, not on Saturn, just on PlayStation and Game Boy Color, maybe on PC. But I just remember it being on PlayStation. So to have maybe a third game of Croc would have been fantastic. To have a trilogy of Croc would be phenomenal, and I would have loved to see that. Game that shouldn't really have had any more sequels. You know, I said originally Resident Evil, especially when they were milking the original story with the virus, you know, and it's just like, it just never seemed to end. Especially when Resident Evil 6 came out, and it's just like, look, there's got to be a turning point where all the characters can be like, we're done, we're retiring, we're finishing, it's over. You know, so the Resident Evil story from the first original game to 6, I felt you know, really, after 4, you know, 5 was kind of just like okay, fair enough, but you know, just should have just stopped. But with how they're now portraying and moving on to the games with like a new story, new protagonist, and you know, just trying to make something new with it, I think is fresh and be interesting to see how it goes. So something with like the original story of Resident Evil should have ended a little bit sooner. And also, as what Tricky was talking about and at his part, I want to add in with it FIFA. Just EA, just do better or just stop, please.
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, Tricky then. What is your conclusion then?
My conclusion is the fact that a game that needs a sequel is any game from Valve that has a 2, because they need to learn to stop being afraid of the number 3. And people want it. People have been asking for it. So please just do it. And then the game that I don't think should have had a sequel or a standalone put out to them was DayZ. I feel like it was fine as a mod and it didn't need its own game to grow in popularity.
Fair enough then. Okay, for me, for the sequels, what game should have got one? Any particular game that was clear that it was part of a sequel trilogy, but never actually got the third one, like Maximo or The Force Unleashed. And what game didn't need one? Those that you just know are just a cash grab. So my main one would be culprit, would be Call of Duty Black Ops 4. But yeah.
As SJ just said in the chat, needs a new sequel, Ridge Racer. Yes.
Yep.
I'm putting my hand down. Need a new Ridge Racer game, for goodness sake. Come on now.
Okay, alright. I think that is us done for the first topic. So, you guys probably heard us talk for enough, for as long as we can. I think it's time to get some music on, don't we, Andy?
Yeah, let's play some bangers, and it's my choice of tunes to kick things off, which is great. So we're gonna kick things off with some, of course, Sonic, because you know I'm a Sonic fanboy. We're gonna have something from Sonic 4 Episode 2, and we're gonna keep it as like a Sega-esque type music bit, because we got another song which is an absolute banger from the Sega Rally Championship OST.
Fantastic. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, stick around for continuing with the music. We'll go straight into Andy's choice. So we're gonna start off with, as he says, Sonic 4. And this is Sylvania Castle Zone, Act 1. And you're listening to the Tally-Ho Show with me, James.
And me, Andy.
And our special guest, Tricky. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. Enjoy.
Andy and James are trained professionals. Do not attempt anything you hear in the Tally-Ho Show by yourself.
You're listening to the Tally-Ho Show with Andy and James. And now, ladies and gents, come closer, gather round, and I'll tell you an epic tale of a seafaring British man filled with poor judgment, utter lunacy, and unbearable levels of cockiness. And that's just when he's making a decision. Welcome to James's Great Adventure.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the show. Hopefully you enjoyed those absolute bangers there. Some good tunes there from SEGA Rally Championship. Getting muddy, because everyone likes to get muddy.
I think that might just be you, mate.
I think that's just me,
Yep,
okay.
just
Don't,
you.
don't kink shame me, alright? Don't kink shame me. And then from Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Episode 2, Sylvania Sylvania Castle Act 1. Who remembers that advert? James, you remember that advert?
Yeah. Oh, too well, unfortunately.
The
Why
song.
did video kill the radio star pop in my head when he did that?
What with the song?
Yeah.
Killed the radio star.
Yep.
And now we've got a DMCA, which we'll talk about a little bit later on.
Perfect segue.
Yeah, perfect segue for next topic. Who knows? But yes, anyway, we are now here with the James's Great Adventure. So if you are new here, you don't know what's going on, we have every part of the show. Me and James have our own little choose your own adventure books. So for both of us will have our own, let's say, adventure. Or, you know, just like, it's like D&D, but, you know, we have a book to help us with this. And every episode, it's either, you know, James goes on an adventure, and then I go on an adventure, you know, that's on each one. Today, it's James, and from the last episode when we had James's Great Adventure, which was the Halloween special, which was quite some time ago, we started off James going into the Deathtrap Dungeon. Where we left off, he pretty much was going into town to get ready, to be prepared. Pretty much, he just I think he wanted to prove yourself that you are a great warrior, and to, you know, reap the rewards of the Deathtrap Dungeon, because whoever steps foot in that dungeon never leaves.
Honestly, I'm hoping it's because they just love the place too much.
We'll go with that. Yeah, we'll go with that. and on the last episode, he, James went in, picked up some items, and came across I think it was a goblin, or, you know, an orc or something.
I think
it was an enemy.
Yeah.
It was an orc, and James survived with the skin of his teeth. He got absolutely destroyed with the double damage that Kippy put in on the last episode.
Oh wait, thanks again, Kippy. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and we thought it was probably going to be the end. But James managed to fight back and totally destroy the enemy in front of him. And now we're here. And I think you get like one. I think I said you get one extra hit point. So you now have 6, if I recall.
Oh, I have 6. Were we?
Yeah. I think whenever we do a fight, you get like an extra hit point or something like that.
Okay, well in that case then I'll...
Kind of like a level up.
There you go, that's no...
There you go. So yeah, when we left off, so you defeated the enemy, and I think you saw a backpack that was popped in. You didn't know it was one of your rivals. But before we get into that, in case you don't know, every episode, whenever we have a special guest on for the Great Adventure, that special guest will have a special power. And our guest can pick any time when that power comes available for the protagonist. For Tricky's power-up, Tricky has the ability to heal, to recover any damage that has been taken. Either when James is out just trying to get past the dungeon, or when James is at a fight. The only kicker is with the fight, and you're going to have to remind me on the one thing you added as well, James, but for when we're in a battle, if James rolls a dice between 1 to 6, the enemy will get a full heal. So let's say the enemy gets, the enemy gets enemies at 1 hit point. James can almost kill him, but James is almost low on health. Tricky can go, I'm going to use my heal power. But then the enemy roll, James does a roll to see if he can get the health back. But then, he rolls a 3. The enemy gets the full health.
And what happened was, I'm about to drink my potion. If it hits between 1 and 6, I accidentally drop it. And the enemy picks it up and drinks it himself. And gets all his health restored.
But if James rolls higher than a 6, 7 to 12, he will get that full health back, health pickup. So it's kind of just like a roll of the dice, hope you get 7 to 12 and you should be okay. What was the thing that you wanted to add on as well, James?
So the thing I was going to add on for both of our games, and we did that last time as well, was that if at any point, for example, like as we're seeing right now on the stream itself, or those in the podcast, essentially, if any one of us rolls a 2, then we will take double the damage, regardless of what happens. If me or the enemy rolls a 12, we deal double the damage. So in other words, Snake Eyes means I get hit times 2. 12 means they get hit times 2.
Very simple, very nice.
So potentially, if the enemy rolls a 2, if I roll a 2 for example, and the enemy rolls a 12, I'm getting hit 4 times.
Yeah, that's not going to be good, is it?
No, that could literally be game over, straight away.
That is something in the streaming world called the big old oof.
The big old oof right there, Chief. That's pretty much what that is. So,
the play, Chief.
Yeah, pretty much. So, I am ready. Tricky, are you ready?
I am ready.
Just to remember as well that you can help James in deciding where he can go, or if he should pick up items or not, or if he should open a door or not.
I will be your magical consultant.
I don't know whether that should be a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, the main thing, James.
We're about to find out.
Yeah, we are.
Are you
On
ready?
This episode of
James' Great Adventure, James might get screwed.
that was the whole point of the game. What I called it for. James's Great Adventure, Part 3. Live or die. It's his choice.
Pretty much. Oh my goodness. All right, James, are you ready?
I am ready, good sir.
Insanum's like, my mind is researching all the possibilities. Or if you get the luck of the damage and the enemy gets to heal, mega F. Yeah,
oh god, no.
Alright, so, from where we left off, you see a backpack propped up against the tunnel wall. You wonder if it belongs to one of your rivals. Do you wish to look inside the backpack, or would you rather continue moving north?
My question is why it's been left. My mind senses a trap.
Well, I mean, like they could have had it. They might have saw an enemy. They could have ran off, and they left their bag by mistake.
What are you thinking, Tricky?
One thing.
You think it's a trap?
Do
or...
it.
Yeah, do it. I can do it.
Is that your Palpatine impersonation? Do it. Do it. Become one with the greedy bastard that you are. Look inside and see what contents are in the bag.
You know what? Just for that, just because of that accent was pitch on perfect. Yeah.
Was that actually a good Palpatine?
That was good. I like that. That was good. I like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Enough.
Yeah. You know what?
Might be a channel point redemption. Who knows?
Let's open up the backpack and see what kills me.
Alright, you're opening up the backpack. Alright, that is 304, so here we go. There is a single coin piece lying in the bottom of the backpack. As you reach for it, you suddenly feel a light tinkling movement on the back of your hand.
It's a scorpion!
You You withdraw your hand slowly, trying to control your mounting panic, and are horrified to see a black widow spider. It actually says that in, oh no.
What, italics, bold.
Oh god, no. Don't tell me what's about to happen.
You can shake it off. It sinks its poisonous fangs deep into your wrist, and you lose 6 health.
No!
Wait, what if I use my heal right now?
If you, and this is where we're like, I can't believe you got 6 health because you beat the orc, and now you're losing all of it, and you're dead. But,
Wait.
But because Tricky has the health, this is one-time thing. Do you want to use your power up right off the bat? I'm guessing there's no choice.
There's no choice.
Alright, games. This is it. You've got to roll a dice high 7 to 12 in order to survive.
High 7 to 12. Come on.
High 7 to 12.
Come on,
oh,
my love.
God, this is going to be the... out of all of this, freaking hell.
Drum roll,
Come on.
please. Here we go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes! They get to 7!
Oh my God. A freaking 7, you clutching jacks. Where's your...
Sorry, hang on.
Jammy dodger for that, you jammy bastard.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
What?
Just before we do that, thank you very much. I'll take that extra life.
Yep. It's a good thing I picked healing.
Oh my
Thank you
God.
so much, Tricky. Thank you, you are a lifesaver. Literally a lifesaver.
I don't believe
See, this is why I picked healing, because I could possibly reverse my own mistake. I can just imagine James turning around looking at me like, what the fuck?
What the fuck? What the fuck, bro?
No, I'm definitely happy. Don't get me wrong, I'm definitely happy that worked. But I didn't want to use it. Get killed by a fucking spider.
It was like,
Yeah.
you could have faced like a giant dragon or a humongous snake. No, you get freaking killed by a small black widow spider.
Okay,
Amazing.
so everything's healed up then, so I don't actually lose any health for that, do I?
You don't lose any health. So
No.
it says if you're still alive, we've got to turn all the way to 20. Okay, got to go all the way to 20 now.
I was gonna say though, what was the healing again? Wasn't it to full health?
Yeah, to full health. So he's
Full
back
health.
to 6.
Okay.
I'm about to say.
He lost
No!
6, but
Damn
then he
it!
gained 6. He's like, I'm dying. I must have potion.
Tricky, save me!
Did you pay me enough?
Yeah. How much is your life worth?
If I get through, to the end now.
All I can picture is the. Has anyone seen Spyro Does a Thing?
Is that the little baby spider?
No, Spyro Does a Thing.
Oh, I thought you said spider does a thing.
I
Spyro
thought
does a
that.
thing.
No, it's amazing because all I think of
Is it the
money-
animation? Is it the
Yes.
animation? Yeah.
And all I can think of is Moneybags. James laying on the ground like, a black widow bit me, and you seem to be in a bit of a bind.
Yeah. I could be able to help you with a small fee. God damn you, money bags. Like, so pretty much, I mean, as we're saying, Tricky is the money bags of this podcast.
Yes. If I survive this, all my gold coins are to you, Tricky.
I can keep you alive for 100 gems.
I've only got 99. Oh, that's too bad, isn't it?
Oh, that's
Well-
unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. Well, time for you to perish. Oh my god.
At the end of the day, Moneybags is the real villain.
really
Yes.
is.
He is. Hashtag fuck you, moneybags. That's all I can say. That's all I can say about that. God damn. Alright. So you're still alive.
Just.
Once your incredible strength could withstand the poisonous spider's bite because you had to frickin' take a swig of the potion. However, you are weakened, and you notice your hand trembling as you pocket the gold piece.
It really wasn't really worth it, was it?
Yeah, not worth for a gold piece. Okay, it says reduces skill by 1 point, but that doesn't matter, so you know.
Yeah.
You cursed the person who dropped the backpack and said north again. Say your piece, James. Say your piece. Curse the person who dropped the backpack.
Curse thou person who delivered upon the Black Widow death upon me of this notorious backpack.
Sorry,
Scratch!
And all of a sudden, you just see this Canadian traveller just popping up. Oh, sorry, bud.
Sorry, I forgot my backpack here. I was trying to hunt my moose.
Also, I saw the Black Widow spider come into my bay. He crawled out my arm and went my backpack. I'm arachnophobia. So you know.
I thought, fuck this shit, I'm out! I'm out!
Fuck this shit, I'm out, bud.
Fuck this shit, I'm out!
Fuck this shit, I'm out. I'm gonna go down to 7-Eleven to go get a 2-6 right now. I fucking need it.
Oh, God. Oh, I haven't had this much of like a belly laugh in so long.
Welcome to the great adventure, everyone. So now we know that it was a Canadian traveller that dropped the backpack. Did it by accident. James, how do you respond to that? Do you accept the apology from the Canadian backpacker? I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, I'll forgive him for that. I'll forgive him for that. Oh, that was such a good laugh. Oh, please, someone who is coming watching the stream, clip that.
Oh, there's 2 clips of that happening. That's brilliant. Christ, amazing. All right, and South North again. Now tamed to page 279. All right, so we've got to go back. My hands are shaking because that was just bloody brilliant. Yeah, 279. Okay. Wow, you still don't have any options on here. You arrive at a junction in the tunnel. A new branch leads west, but the wet footprints you have been following continue north. You decide to keep following the footprints. Cynical Fur's like, drink!
Yes, I will. I will drink for that. Drink!
Take a swig. Take a swig on that because Jesus Christ, we need it.
Okay, Tricky, where do you think we need to go?
Well, no, you can only go where the footprints go.
Oh, can we? Alright, we'll go for footprints then.
Yeah, so that's why it's not giving you a decision at the moment. It's just saying, but the wet footprints you've been following continue north. You decide to keep following the footprints because probably that's where
That's where the Canadian
really
went.
Good idea. Yeah, that's where the Canadian went. He must know where the Timmy's is.
He must do.
The Timmy's is nearby. God, I need a French.
Thou shalt find thy double.
My double. Oh my God. Follow the footprints or fuck this shit, I'm out. There's your choice. Well, you can't, so, you know. You can only go
What's
that
the background behind these footprints? Just so I know.
Just wet footprints.
Like, why is he following them?
Probably because maybe that's where one of the other challengers have gone. Maybe, you know, they want to probably check up on them and see if they're doing okay. Maybe that's what I think. Could have clipped it, sadly. It's past the point where I could clip the Southern Canadian moment.
No worries, I'll clip.
You
I'll
can
bring
go
this back
back
afterwards
into
and
the pod.
I'll clip it myself.
Yeah, worst comes to worst, James can clip it via the VOD.
Yeah.
So it's all good. It's all good. All right, gotta go back all the way. Jesus Christ, it's telling me to go to 20, then go to 279, and now to 32. Jesus Christ. Going all over the place. Where is it? There it is. It's another. Jesus Christ. Doesn't give you an option. It's just telling you to just go. Here, you're going this way. Hey, Cynical Bird for the bits.
Your book is, or the story is going rush B.
Oh, thank you very much.
Rush beast. Rush beast. Techno Buddhism is comrades.
Veneto, rush B.
Rush beast. That is how you do it. You soon come to another junction in the tunnel. One branch leads east, but the wet footprints you've been following continue north, but you decide to follow the trail.
What's the point of telling us that the other trails are here?
Yeah, it's just like, well, there's west, I could go this way.
Yeah, just-
But you know
it's
what,
like-
following the footprints. Oh, there's east, I could go east and go find it. No, I'm gonna follow the footprints. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Here we go. You can have a decision now.
Oh my god, at last.
Yes. How are you feeling, James, during walking in this dungeon, following the footprints? How are you feeling right now?
I don't know, but I'm squishing every spider I'm coming across on the way.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
And probably
Alright.
not trusting the Canadian wizard that's behind it.
Canadian wizard. We just decided now it's the Canadian wizard.
Wizard, yeah.
No, I'm talking about myself.
So we got the Canadian wizard and the Canadian backpacker.
Yeah.
Amazing. Fantastic. Okay. The passage opens out into a wide cavern, which is darker, but much drier. Ahead, you see the footprints gradually fade, then disappear. There is a large idol in the center of the cavern, standing approximately 6 meters high. It has jeweled eyes, each as big as your fist. There are 2 giant stuffed bird-like creatures standing on either side of the idol. Do you wish to climb the idol to take the jewels? Or do you wish to walk through the cavern to the tunnel in the opposite wall?
Alright.
So, are you feeling greedy?
Wow.
Is what this game is telling you.
Not the last time. I don't think I'm in love. I think my greed has kind of left my body.
You know how I feel now from what happened last episode when I had to deal with it. How does it feel, James?
Simple. No, because I'm buggering on. Screw your jewels. And screw the birds.
Wizard Tricky, anything to add? Are you good on that? Or?
Nah, I'm good.
He doesn't
I'm
trust himself after what happened.
It's like, nah, dude, you're good.
Nah, I'm out of potions here.
I'm out of potions.
And those jewels ain't the play chief.
Alright, well, here we go. Not much further down the tunnel, you come to a closed door on your left. Putting your ear to the door, you listen intently, but hear nothing. Do you wish to open the door, or do you wish to keep walking north?
I think
I guess James is giving the birds the bird.
Yes, I am.
Bird.
Where is the word? I'm gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna open the door here.
You're gonna open the door?
Yeah, I'm gonna open the door.
Ooh, tricky. What do you think?
As long as there's another spider there.
As long
Oh,
as there's
something I
no
can
spiders.
stab. As long as there's something I can stab something with, I'm happy.
Yeah. Open it enough that you can.
Yeah, just lean in with the head and just say, hello. Anybody in?
And then miraculously on the other side, Obi-Wan pops up. Hello there.
Ah, General Kenobi.
General Kenobi, a pleasure to see you here.
I think you're in the. Oh, hello there, General Kenobi. Wrong franchise. Get out.
Goodbye then. you can just imagine he sticks his head up. Hello there, wrong franchise, Mr. Kenobi. Goodbye then, and then sticks his head down. Oh my god, this is
I need to grab that sound clip and edit that in and just play the footage in reverse. Goodbye then.
Come on. Then.
Oh, do that makes brilliant. If only there was like an alert that you could do for lurking. Because you could go, oh, so and so's just followed. Hello there. And then they just go exclamation mark lurk. And then you just have General Kenobi go, goodbye then.
Hang on. You heard the idea here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Streamlabs, Stream Elements. If you want to make a lurk alert, there you go. Just saying. Or any other like company that decides to make alerts, you know. Hey, do that. People will love it. Anyway, so you want to open the door?
Yeah.
Okay. You enter a room which is small and completely empty. As soon as you're inside, the door slams shut behind you. Suddenly, a voice booms out of nowhere, shouting, "Welcome to Deathtrap Dungeon. The ingenious killer labyrinth of my master. Adventurer, I trust you will pay your respects to my master by shouting out his name." So, you have two choices of what you want to shout out. You can shout out, "Hail Succumbit!" Or you can shout out, "Succumbit is a worm?" So what would you want to shout out? Do you wish to be respectful, or do you wish to be like, just downright rude?
I don't know. I've already given the birds, so I'm very tempted to just. You know what? I think we should play the game and just say, "Hail," whatever his name is. Hail!
You want to play
game
Triple
for
H?
now.
You want to play Triple H? Watch out, he might. Here, suddenly, the game shows up and pedigrees you. You die.
What an ending that would be.
What an ending. All about the game and how you play it.
Yeah. I'm gonna greet him.
So you're gonna greet him with Hail Succumbit?
Yeah, do you think we should, Tricky?
I think it's the safe play right now.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that then. We'll hail him. We'll hail, praise Jeebus and everything like that.
Okay. Just give me a sec, I'm just,
He's probably gonna give us a spider and kill us now.
Just another Black Widow.
You killed my pet spider!
Yeah.
No, the same Black Widow. The same Black Widow just chilling with it. The whole time you've been walking has been onward, glorious steed.
I'm just checking a few things.
How much am I going to laugh when I find out James has been killed?
Alright. So, once again, the mysterious voice calls out. Only this time, its tone is full of contempt and derision. So, we have a sniveling weed in our midst, do we? Here's the voice. My master has a special gift for you, loathsome creep. Suddenly, water starts pouring into the room through a hole in the ceiling. It soon rises above your ankles, and there is no apparent way of escape. You wade back to the door. It is firmly locked. But in desperation, you try ramming it with your shoulder. Okay, so it says roll 2 dice. If the total is the same as less than your skill. So this is what we're going to do. You need to roll your dice. Let's say roll it either through 1 to 6. Will take you to. I'm just going to see what will work here.
So below 1 to 6 is beneath my skill. If it's above 6, 7 and above.
Yeah. So if the total is same or less than your skill, so we'll say if you get the dice roll between 1 to 6, you have the first option. If the total is greater than your skill, you go for the second. So if you roll a 7 to 12, you take the second option. We'll go.
Right. Okay. So I need to get between 1 and 6. Okay.
1 and 6 will take you to one path. 7 to 12 will take you to another path.
Okay.
So roll your dice.
All right. Here we go. And we have got a 4.
All right. And that's where we're going to have the cliffhanger.
Ah, come on!
We will return back to James's great adventure at the end of the show to find out, will he survive? Or will he be swimming with the fishes?
Well, technically, there's no fish. It's just, all the way up. And
You're in water, all right? I'm trying to make a funny joke here. Come on now.
That was a joke.
He's in hot water.
Oh, he's in... Oh.
Come on, Andy. That was quick.
Look, all right, my brain is like, I'm slow with making puns these days, okay? I'm getting old.
That's why I'm here.
Goodness gracious me. So we all hope you enjoyed the part 3 to James's great adventure. Again, part 4 will be happening at the end of our third and final topic. By the way, to anyone, if you have a topic that you would like us to talk about in a future show with both myself and James, you can let us know. You can do so by letting us know on our Twitter account, which is at the Tally-Ho Show. You can be able to send us a message there and tell us what topic you want us to talk about. We also have a Facebook page. You can message us there with the topic. Or we have an email address, which is the Tally-Ho Show. That's the Tally-Ho Show, all one word, at gmail.com. You can send us an email with your topic, with the subject Tally-Ho topic. So yeah, good stuff there. CSGO strats. Do it. Do it. E. There you go.
You would need me back on for that.
Yeah, Tricky was good. Yeah. If someone comes and goes and talks about thoughts on CSGO, we need to bring back a guest. Tricky comes on.
There you go.
I tell you what. There you go. All right, I think it's time to go for another music break. When we return, we'll be having my topic, which is very, very controversial to talk about because it's happening. It's happened for quite some time, but with the recent things that have been happening, it's gotten quite a bit of the limelight, so to say. But we'll get back to that in just a little bit. But James, what have we got for your music choices?
So, my music choices today are two that I distinctly remember from my childhood. One of them is actually an arcade game, and one of them was from a very old PC game, which only today, a couple of days ago, did I actually find out what it was called. Months have been spent trying to figure out what the game was, and I finally figured it out and got the music from it, so I'm very happy boy. So, to begin with, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with, from Atomic Bomberman, this is Inner City Trash, and you are listening to the Tally-Ho Show with me, James.
And me, Andy.
Let's try that again!
Joined by special guest...
And joining our special guest, Dr. Zoidberg.
Dr. Zoidberg.
I had water.
Dear God, help us.
See you later, guys. See you in a bit.
Andy and James are trained professionals. Do not attempt anything you hear in the Tally-Ho Show by yourself.
listening to the Tally-Ho Show with Andy and James. A show with more glitches than Sonic 06 with controller side of poutine in Bayonetta's legs with a goddamn Goomba. But I think they got it under control now. Enjoy the show.
And welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed those music choices. So, what we had was from Time Crisis 3, we had Showdown. And from Atomic Bomberman, we also had... Sorry, I didn't from there. From Atomic Bomberman, we also had the Inner City Trash. Now, we hope you enjoyed the show so far, and especially after that last bit, because that was just fucking hilarious. But now we're going to move on to Andy's topic. So, Andy, what is the topic we're going to be talking about today?
Yeah, so, we had pretty much, we had some laughs not too long ago, which was great. So now from being having a laugh to going into something serious, because this is something that's been happening around in the streaming community, especially with Twitch, especially with people streaming on Twitch, exactly with this coming around. This has been a thing for many, many years, has affected YouTube, still affects YouTube, and has now slowly got into Twitch. And, with all these new bloody implementations coming in, everyone's trying to try and live with it, or trying to find things to live around it whilst doing their content. So for today's topic, for my topic, is DMCA, past, present, and future. Now, DMCA, or the long name for it, the Digital Millennial Copyright Act, which I'm just looking at, full info on the Wikipedia page. In case you don't know, DMCA is a 1998 United States copyright law that implements two 1996 treaties of the World Intellectual Property Organization, the WIPO. So pretty much this has been on since the late 90s. It's a law, and with things you have to abide by the law. Probably during the time where it first got made, yes, good idea for having DMCA is, it was a good thing to have at its time, because music, anything with copyright, whether it be gaming, music, movies, TV shows, all of that stuff, it's just a really serious topic to go about. You have your copyright laws, and that's it, understandable, totally fine. And if somebody breaches those said laws, you have a right to stop them. Saying they're putting on a TV show up on YouTube or on a website, where you can watch stuff for free. Yes, DMCA that, because you can't put that on because that's paid. That should be paid content. Get that. So it's good to some extent, until all of a sudden it's now moved on to being a part of Twitch. We all know that it started off with YouTube, so that was a bit of a conflict there when that first came into play. But now it's come on to Twitch, mainly with the music industry, because as we all know, people like to play music on their streams. If they're having a chill vibe stream with playing their games, and they just want to have some music playing in the background. Just so
we've got music playing in the background right now.
Yes. Don't tell Nintendo. That's what I've got to say. But yeah, no, it's kind of just some people just like to listen to music just to have a chill vibe experience. But apparently, the music industry thinks, well, hang on a minute, you're playing music that even though you possibly paid for because you might use Spotify or, you might have purchased it yourself in other formats, but you're using that music to play on your stream. Like, people are listening to this for free. How could you do this? And then just DMCA strikes are coming thick and fast out of nowhere on Twitch. Like, this was like an RKO out of nowhere. Like, usually with streaming with copyright music, Twitch, what they would do is they would mute your stream, mute your VOD. Because then that way, the music's not on, it's not on the recording, all is good. That's fine, because they're doing that's their one way of, like, stopping that from happening. Like, the DMCAs wouldn't need to happen, the VOD would be muted, all is good. Same thing that I think YouTube does as well. Like, I don't know if it does, like, if it mutes, I think it mutes maybe specific parts, or it only allows the video to be watched in certain countries. Or what it does, what I found out when we're putting on a couple of our past episodes onto YouTube, because we do have a YouTube channel now, which we'll talk a little bit about later on. It shows that adverts will still be played on your video. We won't get a penny of it. Those adverts will be, the monetization of the episodes on YouTube will be going to the people that own the right to that song. So, like, for example, there's like, we on episode 1 of our show, which I uploaded to YouTube, I had a song played from Hideki Naganuma, absolutely legendary video game composer. And it said, like, all ad revenue will be going to Hideki Naganuma. That's great, perfect. Like, we're not doing this for money, so, fine. Put ads on our videos and give the revenue to the right people. That's totally fine. But, stuff like that is okay. But with the whole...
It's when it starts affecting people who use YouTube as a wage, and they get hit by this.
Yeah, it's for people. Yeah, for people that are using YouTube and Twitch as a means of making money. They want to do it as a career, and they're doing it as a career. Like with the whole DMCA music thing. Yes, what do people do? They stopped listening to licensed music and they started to listen to free, copyright-free music. Perfect, great stuff. But then DMCA, it came back again with now being like, oh, if you're playing a game, there might be a specific song on there that will be copyright and you will still get dinged with a DMCA for playing that game. And it's just like, what? Okay. Like, now it's just spiraling out of control. At first it was about music and it's like, okay, we'll just do this and it works. But now it's like, even if you play specific games, you will still get dinged. And lots of people have been asking about wanting to change. The DMCA should be changed, should be updated so that, because it's an out-of-date law. It's been there since the 90s, like, to tackle things that happened in the 90s and in the new millennium. Perfectly fine. It's 2020 now. Get it updated. So before I go on an absolute tangent about it, this is what we're going to be going, because I will talk more about this, but I want to get you and Tricky's intake into it. DMCA, past, present, and future. What do you think about it? How has it affected you? And what do you think is going to happen in the future with the DMCA? How would you like to see it happen in the future with this law? I'm going to pass the baton over to Tricky first. Tricky, how's this affected you in terms of DMCA? Has this affected your streams or YouTube content at all? Do you know anyone that close personally that has been affected by this? And what do you want to hope in the future for this law to be in terms of Twitch streamers and YouTube content creators?
Personally, on my streams, the most I've ever had is had my audio muted for that portion of the stream. So I've never been hit with the big DMCA stuff. Fortunately, some of the bigger Twitch partners have. Has affected mine in the way that now if I do play a copyrighted song on my stream, either I need to have permission to play it, which I was happy enough to have a DJ that I really listened to for hardstyle atmospheres. I actually went to him on Twitter as just a shot in the dark and said, "Hey, can I use your music on my stream?" And he said yes. But it's definitely made everyone in the streaming industry take notice, because top streamers have been getting hit with actual like couple day bans because of DMCA related content. And there's actually been stories of bots going around in the chats, and if you ban a DMCA bot, people have actually had their channels banned because of that. So
that's pretty scary when you
it
think about it.
And like I said, I haven't personally been affected, other than a couple of streams have been muted. But now, for example, if I want to do a Guitar Hero stream, I have to, once I'm done my stream, I have to go in right away and delete the VOD. Like, no ifs, ands, or buts.
Yep.
And while I feel that, yes, I think that you should pay for something that someone else has created and you're just playing, I do agree that you should pay for it. But I feel like it should be something like what Monster Cat does, where you can pay, like I pay $200 a year, and I'm able to use Monster Cat's full library for YouTube and for Twitch, without having to worry about DMCAs or anything like that. And I feel like the companies, especially on YouTube, that are now coming over to Twitch, like the Universal Music Group, they're UMC, they're really huge on taking down music as fast as they can. I've had them claim stuff on my videos on YouTube that weren't even the song that they said it was. And like they can claim things that aren't just the song, but say an artist uses a sample from another song, if it detects that tiny sample, those few notes in a song, they can hit you on copyright for it, and you don't even know that that's a sample. Like, people outside the music industry wouldn't know that. Or people who don't have a wide knowledge in the music industry or in music in general, and be like, hey, that sounds like another song.
Because who's gonna know that?
Exactly.
That just
like the most obvious sample would be with Nicki Minaj's song, her song Anaconda. Like, the intro to that song is sampled off another song.
MC Hammer, isn't it?
Yeah. Or it's MC Hammer, whoever did Big Butts.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's sampled from those songs. And I do think, though, like I said, if you pay for the license, like, yearly, like, say go to Universal Music Group, and pay, like Monster Cat does, like $200 a year, like just one payment, and that $200 is split up between various artists. Like, I do agree that like, if you're playing music on your stream that you didn't make yourself, or has copyright laws following it, I do agree that you should be paying. But I don't agree with the instant bans that people have been getting. I feel like there should be a warning period, and if they don't fix it, it's on them at that point.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with you on all those counts. It's like,
but I also do agree with what you're talking about, that because what year was it made again?
1998.
Yes, I do believe with the way technology is now that it should be updated, because that was when the internet was first coming out.
Yeah.
And
so, of course, it's like...
And there was no such thing as a streaming service back then.
No.
Like, copyright back then was, you can't go online onto MySpace and say, hey, this is my song, when it's someone else's. Like, you're not doing... I think the reason why they do it the way they do now is because radio stations have to pay for the rights to play music. So they feel that like Twitch streamers and that shit as well, because it's basically pirated. Like if you're hearing it through someone else, it's free. But at the same time, a lot of the games now, especially going back to or tying back in what we were talking about beforehand, the sports games and games like GTA and stuff like that, they've all paid licenses to have that music in the game.
Mm-hmm.
The artists are already getting a bunch of free advertising through the games.
Yep.
And the companies have paid the licenses to have that music in the game. And knowing full well that people are going to want to stream this game. Especially nowadays. So, and I've been hit with muted, with my VODs being muted because of in-game music. Like I was playing Madden NFL one time, and they had an AC/DC song playing quietly in the background, like off the stadium speakers. And I got muted for that.
All right.
Yeah, I hate that.
And it's like, that's something I physically can't control. And I looked into Twitch's rules on it, and Twitch, they have in their rules that even if it's an in-game thing, it's still considered copyright. And I feel like if it's something out of the streamer's control, like especially recently with everything came out, they're like, oh, just mute the audio of the stream.
Oh, I just laughed.
Or
I
mute
was
the
like,
game audio.
I'm like, great idea. Thank you, Twitch. And like, hey, we need your guidance here. Just tell us what you need. Like, is there any way you can be able to help us in order to, cut down the DMCA so we can be able to enjoy our streaming experience? Yeah, just turn off the game audio. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, it's like someone's house gets taken out in a tornado, and it's like, and that's like twitching. Well,
just get another house.
It's like your insurance saying it's like, don't live there.
Yeah.
It's like,
just move somewhere else where there's no tornadoes. Oh, yeah, great, thanks. Cheers.
Yeah.
Do you have a couple $100,000 for a mortgage?
Exactly. It's like,
oh my god.
Twitch can definitely handle their end better. I understand, like, they're having a lot of from the large music companies and record labels putting pressure on, hey, people, your employees are doing this, and you need to fix this, and they're trying to do their best to fix it. But I feel like instead of just like completely like banning people and like hitting people with all these muted audio and stuff like that, they should work out a deal with Twitch where anything from their label can be played. And I know Twitch makes more. I feel like Twitch makes more than enough revenue to be able to pay a fee to have their music played.
Oh god, yeah. No, they do. Like, and they're owned by Amazon, for God's sake. They have this is the thing. They probably have as much resources as they possibly have.
Well, they have Amazon Music. They had to pay.
They do.
They had to pay for the licenses to put the music on there. Yeah. Why not just transfer those licenses over to Twitch? You've already gotten those licenses.
Yeah, that's exactly that. Because
if you play a song that's not on Amazon Music, 100%, sure, why not?
Yeah, like, you get dinged because you're taking the consequence. It's like,
yeah, but if it's, I think the worst though is Nintendo, because this is something that's more that happened on YouTube than on Twitch. But on YouTube, I had a whole video get completely demonetized and everything go to them because of visual copyrights. They literally copyrighted the game. And to get around it, you had to like slightly change the colors and like flip the video and have no game audio, or else Nintendo would claim everything.
It's just getting out of hand. Like, again, like, I get it why they bought it out back in like the late 90s. Yeah, I can understand it because the internet was first coming out. So of course there's going to be pirated movies, pirated music, all of that stuff. It's gonna. Cough, cough, Pirate Bay.
Oh my god.
Remember that back in the day? Holy crap.
Mhm.
Jesus. But yeah, no, I get that. But now we're at an age where it's like, just, yes, like people are listening to music on the stream, playing music on the streams. And that's what Edge said in the chat. It's like, and I was going to say, like, because it's like, do you think people are going to be watching a stream just because a specific song's playing? And Edge said, yeah, I want to wake up at 3 a.m. and be able to watch George Lopez. It's like, you know, be able to listen. Like, yeah, I want to wake up at like 12 o'clock in the morning just to see my favorite streamer play System of a Down. And then when they finish playing System of a Down, I'll go back to bed. It's like, yeah, are people doing that in streams, viewers? No, they're watching the stream. They don't give a damn about what song's being played on the frickin' stream. They want to watch the content. They want to watch the stream.
Having the music increases the content's watchability. Like 100%, a lot of people have like background music, like say playing rock and that while playing Call of Duty. Like it adds to it and matches the game.
Or even when you're starting your stream as well, having music played in the background entertains the listeners, so they actually listen to the songs. By the time they realise it, you're actually starting your stream, and then they can go straight into it. Whereas you had a stream that's just quiet all the way through for like 10-15 minutes while you're setting up. People will come in, will listen, hear nothing, and will think, I'm not staying around, and then bugger off.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. The thing is like, yeah, and I totally agree with what you say also, like Twitch should do better. I get it, Twitch, because I know with the whole DMCA thing at the beginning, everyone was bashing Twitch. And I was there being like, it's not their fault that it's the music industry, it's the law. They're trying to do things in order to, like, it's teething problems. It's like they're trying to figure out what is going to work in order to do this. But people bash Twitch because they're like, how dare you do this? It's like, it's not their bloody problem. And then now with how it's been, when did it start? Did it start at like June, July or something like that? Around about the summertime. That's when it really got
the MCA stuff for Twitch. I think it was
March.
It's been most prevalent in the last couple months.
Yeah, it's been more.
That's when all the bigger streams have started to really be hit by it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the news spread it out around about the summertime. So we've had like the second half of this year where Twitch could have had. They've had quite a bit of time. Like when it first started, yes, I was on Twitch's side and being like, look, just give them time to figure it out, and I'm sure, you know, things will be okay. But now it's gotten to like almost the end of the year. Like, okay, now I'm at the point where I'm like, Twitch, you need to sort your stuff out, because it's like you've got to do something about this, because, you know, yeah, people are getting affected. Their livelihoods are getting affected by this, and it's not on that you can, like, you know, you're supposed to, you want to protect your streamers, you want to, like, you know, let them know that you have their back. Do something about it. Don't be like, we have your back, we're trying all our best we can. And then all of a sudden you ban someone off the blue because it's like, yeah, because they can't be playing that specific song.
They tried to implement a system for claiming copyright content like YouTube has, and it automatically brought in all those people who were scamming DMCA and copyright claims from YouTube over to Twitch, because and then they're doing fake copyright claims and getting the revenue from you because of that.
Yeah, and that just went down the whole big rabbit hole when that happened.
I've had a few of those on mine that I've had to be like, no.
Jesus. What were you going to say, James?
I was just saying that, yeah, I understand what they mean, but because if they ban someone because of the DMCA, even though there's no, like, what's the word? There's no vicious means, so they're not going out of their way to forcibly try and bust the try and go against the act, but just because they're playing some music, eventually they're just going to get sick and tired, and they're going to look somewhere else. Which, if they're a massive Twitch partner, Twitch is going to lose a lot of streaming because of them. They're going to lose a lot of.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing that you say that. Because I have seen that happen with people where they go like, well, this is all happening on Twitch, I'm not going to stream on Twitch anymore. You catch me live on D-Live or Torvo, that just came up, or maybe Glimish when that starts up. Yeah, I'll be live there. Like, yeah, good. All well and good to go live on a different platform. All the best for you. One little thing though. DMCA is coming to get you on that platform. Sooner or later, it's not going to be Twitch. It's going to be D-Live. It's going to be probably Facebook Gaming. I'm sure that's going to get hit at some point. If it hasn't, it probably has, but if it hasn't, Dwarvo's going to get hit. Glimish, when it starts, is going to get hit. It's only going to be a temporary short amount of time before DMCA goes, wait, there's other platforms. We need to stop them because they're doing the same thing as what people are doing on Twitch. No one is safe in the streaming world.
I completely agree with that. Yeah, you're completely right, mate. I understand that. What I mean, though, is that if they say in Twitch, you need to sort this out because I can't stream properly or I can't do my job properly, and they just say, yeah, sure, we'll sort it out, and don't do anything, they're just gonna... If you work for example, if you work for the same company that just says it do something, but then does little in that way, you're not really going to keep sticking around with that company because someone else that might affect someone else. You're just not gonna. You'll be in a place where you just think, if you're not gonna help me, then why should I be putting my effort into helping you guys? And then that's why you'll go and find somewhere else.
The only problem with that is like, well, if you're a small streamer, you could do that. Guarantee you can do that because you've got nothing to lose. Like, you know, you put if you're in a small affiliate, you can do that. You can just move on. You still have your affiliate shit, providing you don't multi-stream to Twitch and somewhere else. If you stream somewhere else solely and you go back to Twitch, you still have affiliate. You should be fine.
Yeah.
For big streamers, that's a bit of a big problem because then that means they've lost their viewership, they've lost their following, they've lost, you know, the sponsor deals because, you know, like streaming on Twitch, they get like big streamers will get sponsorship opportunities. If they move somewhere else, yeah, probably a good chunk of their following, good chunk of their community will follow them wherever they go. But they're going to go back to square one. And no one wants to go back to square one unless they're getting like what happened with Mixer when Mixer got Shroud and got Ninja and paid them a big contract deal. You know, if they had that, yeah, move. That's fine. But to start from square one where you are like not an affiliate, you're just starting out. No one wants that. That's why people are still streaming here on Twitch because it's like, you know, it's just because it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to get back to the start. So that's why, you know, if it was simple, yes, I'm sure a lot of other big streamers would probably move to a different platform just to, you know, make a name for themselves there until things are started to go back on Twitch and then they go back to Twitch. But because it's so hard, like they have no choice but to stay. So, and you know, it's just a whole kettle. It's just a whole big kettle of fish, a whole big mess with it all. And you know, and like as what Tricky was saying, like you know, Twitch being a part of Amazon, you've got Amazon Music, which Amazon has got like the licenses and rights to have the specific music be played on their service. If they brought Amazon Music, connected it with Twitch, and you were like, you pay like you pay with Turbo, like Twitch Turbo, you pay a fee to Twitch, you can be able to get all these benefits. Like Prime, you know, you purchase Amazon Prime, you connect it with Twitch, you get Prime Gaming, you get all these benefits, which is great. Why don't you have a thing? Maybe not connect it to Prime Gaming because, you know, that will lose money with that. And, you know, they wouldn't do that in the first place. But have a separate service. And I know they have like Twitch soundtrack. Okay, fine. But that's copyright free music. But have a connection with Amazon Music and where, you know, you pay a fee to use, you know, you pay the fee to listen to the music service. Yeah, that's fine. But if you want to stream the music while you're playing a game and you want to listen to that music on that service, pay an extra fee for Amazon Music where you have, like, say, the content deal, the content creator deal or something like that. You pay a significant amount of money every month or annually, and you get that license that you can play any song on Amazon Music. And you'll be fine because then that money will then go towards Amazon and Amazon will then use that money to give to the music license, to the music industry. All fair, all win.
There needs to be a limit, though, of who can pay for that. Because if you're a brand new starter, as in you're just starting off Twitch for the first time, the last thing you want to do is have to pay money and money and money just to start, just to do all of this. It should be like, say, maybe you should have X amount of followers before you have to start paying for all of this stuff, because not only will the boost there, not only will they know by that time that's just what they're going to pay, but by that time as well, they will have gathered so much of a community that they might even just add with their bit subscriptions, they might be able to afford it, if that makes sense.
I don't think that would happen. Because
One thing that I want to bring up as well is like just a bit of an argument, like with Amazon Music and that, right? And Spotify. Spotify already has integrations with Twitch, with the extensions, and you can see what songs are being played. So it's not like you're making the songs by yourself.
No, yeah.
You can physically look at the list and see what song was played.
Yeah.
And weirdly enough, I played a couple songs recently, or I played a song recently at the starting of my stream, and as far as I know in the VODs it hasn't been muted yet. But when I was playing the song in my stream, at the top of my stream, I actually had the artist and the name of the song. So I'm giving full credit to them, what the song is. And weirdly enough, I don't think those have been hit with a mute yet.
See, that's really odd, because I tried doing that Spotify. I did it on my channel, like I said, one of my intros. And a couple of times, I've actually been muted. I've been muted and it just says, you can't, you've been hit with a copyright claim. But then there are other streams where I've played that to sort of, for my intro, but they've not been hit by these DMCAs, by copyright claims. So it was a bit odd where you play one song and it seems fine, and you've done it for like months and months and months, played the same song, and now all of a sudden Twitch has turned around and said, yeah, by the way, you can't play that song. And you're like, but it was alright with the stream I played yesterday, but now it's not. And then
I think it's random.
And then I played it again by accident, a couple of days later, and again didn't get hit by anything.
I think it's a random system that they have. Like you kind of like, if you don't get hit, you're in the clear, but every now and then you will get hit by it.
Yeah, I just looked and just to double check, and those streams still haven't been muted.
There you go.
Yeah.
It
needs to be. There's got to be a compromise, surely. Because I understand copyright law has got to. I understand it, and I completely agree with it. You can't. No, I can't just pick some. I can't pick something out and say I did it without any evidence, because that never works. But there needs to be a compromise, especially with streamers and Twitch. That fair enough, some music is going to be played, but we are not claiming this is our music. In fact, we have the list right here to say, here's the person that played it. We are not taking any credit for this whatsoever for this music. We're just playing it, just for streams.
I think,
and for, especially for, like you were saying then, where Nintendo are stopping near enough trying to copyright all games on YouTube. It could just be a while before they move on to Twitch. And I'm actually an editor for my missus, and she makes YouTube clips, just 30-minute videos, self-help videos. But she's been hit. Our stuff has been hit a couple of times by copyright law. But these are stock music from Adobe, and it's saying you cannot play this one because it's owned by Adobe. It's like, that's great, no, but I've bought a copy of Adobe, so I've used this because I've got the license to use Adobe, but I'm still getting hit because of the copyright claims for it. I think it's just a bit.
That's what I had to do initially with Monster Cat as well. You'd actually have to go in and manually whitelist your video on their website. You'd have to post a link in there, and then they would remove the copyright claim.
Wow, even though you bought the license.
Yeah.
You still got to be like, oh, by the way, I'm streaming. Like, this video is whitelist. Like that.
Again, that just seems a bit too.
It's just too much.
It was convoluted.
That's too. I don't know how to say this right. That's really in depth with their trying to avoid getting trying to get copyright claimed. If you're having to say, yeah, by the way, here's money. Can I use your stuff? Yes. Okay. here's my videos as well, just so you don't claim it. But the whole point of it was to say, there's the money, don't hit me with a copyright claim.
Yeah, here's the money, here's my Twitch channel. Leave it alone.
I personally think the biggest thing with Twitch, though, is not only the copyright claims and, for example, like my VODs not being muted, is I think Twitch, if they're gonna hammer down on it like they are now, they need to be consistent.
Yes.
Oh, very much so.
They can't just, like, for example, be hitting all the big streamers and leaving the affiliates, including myself. Like, I think everyone needs to follow the same rules.
Yep.
I know I'm not using the big streamers as an example of like, oh, don't do this.
Yeah, like, behave. It's just like, look, like, what are you setting an example for? It's like, it's just like everyone has to play by the rules. Everyone has to play by the rules. And if you don't play by the rules, then everyone should be equal enough to get the same warning or deal with the same punishment.
You can't,
exactly.
Like, no one, you can't just be like, punish the big partner streamers, because then you can like go to the affiliates and be like, this was what could happen to you if you don't play by the rules. It's like, well, hold on a minute. Don't do that, because you're ruining other people's livelihoods by, just screwing them over. Everyone should be getting the same warnings regardless of who you are, even if you're like a big streamer, a medium streamer, or a small streamer. It does not matter. If you break the rules, you should receive the same consequences as anyone else. To hitting
right now, like the big streamers are getting punished, and affiliates are just getting their streams muted.
Yeah. I've noticed,
and it's not even the whole stream muted, it's just where the audio is.
Where the audio is, yeah. And I've noticed that as well, because I've seen, like you said, we know a few people that, who are partner streamers that have been hit with the DMCA codes. And it's sad, because it's like they've had to say, like, I've had to remove all my clips because I don't know which one's been hit, because Twitch doesn't say which clips have been hit with the DMCA strike.
That's the biggest thing as well.
And if Twitch specifically had the system saying, these are the clips that have the DMCA strike, please remove them. Fine. Like, done that, still keep my clips.
Or even just a link to just say, by the way, here's the music that you shouldn't be playing. X, Y, and Z.
Well,
Twitch straight up came out and said, oh, we added a delete all clips button to help out. And it's
that was stupid.
I don't want to delete all my clips. Just tell me which one it is and I'll delete that.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Just tell me that. And then I've seen on Twitter people like just saying, like, it's so sad, because it's like years of content and fun times.
People go, when people come to a new streamer, they go to the clips mainly to see what type of content that they're going to see without having to watch a whole VOD.
Exactly.
Like, that's a quick way to find out what type of content there's going to be on the channel.
Yeah, whether it's right for them or not. And for them to see no clips, it's sad. It really is. It's like, I'm just going to get to the point now, at some point, I'm just going to download all my clips before I even get hit with the strike, because then if I have to delete them, I'm like, well, at least I've got them saved.
Yeah, that's how I do my highlight videos. Like, I go to my clips and then I download them.
Yeah, there you go.
Like,
there you go.
They're always there, and that way I always know where I left off.
And that's why I always I stream and at the same time record, because I've still got the full VOD saved on my hard drive. So it's like, if something did happen, then it's like, I've still got it. So then I can just be like, upload it somewhere else, and then just take a little small bit of it that I'll make as the VOD and just be like, hey, the full video's here if you want to watch it. So it's kind of just, yeah. I mean, but I get some people don't do that. And, for them to not be able to, because it takes a lot of space and a lot of time. It takes a lot of space from like when you're saving them all. But to have them all of a sudden have all their content just wiped away like that, it's just sad to see, because Twitch were incompetent to try and help out. If Twitch did more, they'd done a bit, I'll give them that. But if they did more, then yeah, people would probably been more like saying thank you. We know it sucks, and we know you're going through all this BS, but we appreciate you trying to help us with any way, shape, or form. But instead, they just took the I like to say the easy way of sorting it out.
No,
Like they're taking the easy way out of trying to sort this mess, so then they don't have to deal with the DMCA BS anymore. And you know, good for them, not good for the creators that are on the platform trying to make a living out of it.
So essentially, what we're all agreeing really is that DMCA needs to be here. We understand why it's here, and we think it's a good thing. But Twitch has got to do more to assist the streamers with DMCA.
Yeah. Twitch has to, YouTube has to. I hope for the sake of the other streaming platforms, DLive, Facebook. I don't know if Facebook has. I don't think so. So I'm putting Facebook Gaming in this list. Facebook Gaming, Glimish when it starts, and Trovo. That I hope that they take a look at this and prepare themselves for what's to come. And I think them seeing Twitch's flaws from it will be able to help out their content creators when the DMCA strikes come into their platform.
Absolutely.
Because I think that we probably don't know it, but the other streaming platforms are probably behind the scenes are probably finding ways in order to, you know, be able to do stuff to help their creators if they did get hit with a strike. And I think they're gonna. I think the other platforms are gonna flourish with it. When the DMCA strikes hit, DLive, Facebook Gaming, Glimish, Trovo, they're gonna shine for it. They're gonna be like, look, this is what we did. We are helping our content creators, and we are gonna do our best to make sure that, you know, if you do get hit, it is gonna happen. You know, we can't change that, but we'll make sure it's gonna be very painless for you. And the creators there are gonna appreciate that because, you know, they saw what Twitch did, and look what's happened.
Yeah, so all they will do is they will take lessons learned from Twitch, and all the good stuff they will implement, but all the bad stuff that Twitch has done, they will basically have a look at it,
they'll improve
see what
on
went wrong, improve it, so when they do get hit with DMCA, they're ready.
Yeah. So I think one thing we should talk about, just quick. Did you have something you wanted to say about James, or have we covered everything for you? Because I know it was just me and Tricky most of the time.
No, I was about to say, because I understand the whole point of the MCA, because, like I said, you don't want to steal something. You don't want people to steal your own work. If you've worked tirelessly on it, you don't want anyone else to steal it and claim it as their own, because you'll just feel shit about it, and you'll be worried about putting anything else up on there. But, like I said, I've been hit a couple of times by where my audio's been muted. And at a certain point, I don't realise it's been muted until I go back in a couple of days later and look at the video. Which is kind of annoying, because I think, oh, that was fantastic. And then go to the video and realise no one can hear me because it was muted. I just feel like...
only the VOD after is muted.
Yeah, only the VOD after.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stream's fine. Like, people can hear that, no problem. But in the VOD, if someone wanted to watch the VOD and a part has been muted, then they won't be able to hear it.
Yeah.
The recording.
But I just feel like, you're right, Twitch needs to really step up the game with regards to DMCA, and actually, even if it is simple case of, they've even got I'm sure Twitch has got its own streaming channel on its own. Even maybe just like once a month, put in a DMCA brief, or like a DMCA briefing, for example, and say, if you want to learn more about DMCA, watch this stream. For an hour or so, you can have a streamer there who just basically explains a whole bit more about DMCA and what Twitch is doing to help out. Because at the moment, all we're seeing is behind the curtains, saying Twitch coming up to us. The first time we know something's going wrong is Twitch coming up to you saying, yeah, you've done something wrong. Great, how do I fix this? No idea. Gone. Whereas if they actually set up, like I said, a stream once a month, DMCA, here's what we do about it, you can actually see someone come forward and say, yeah, we understand what your issues are, and here we're taking a step-by-step guide, exactly what we go through, how it's done, and what we need to do, what you guys need to do to improve it. And I guarantee you'll get a lot more people who have been watching these streams will understand a bit more how DMCA's run and how they can better their streams for it. And you'll probably get a lot less people getting cancelled or getting their audio muted because they're aware of what needs to happen. But if they're just basically saying, yeah, you've done something wrong and not telling you, and alright, how do I fix this? Not telling you, well then, I don't know what I've done wrong. and then they'll start questioning their own streams, and that's just not something you don't want to go on to. You don't want to stream and have to question what you're doing is correct, because otherwise you're just gonna lose. You're just gonna lose your love for streaming.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you there. Totally, yeah. And like people are starting to lose the love for streaming, like with everything that's going on. I've slowly started to lose the love for streaming. I still enjoy it, but there are parts where I'm just like, I know I haven't been affected, but people around me that have been affected by this, it's sad. It really is. It just makes me feel like, do I really want to still do this? Because what's gonna happen next?
Sorry, mate. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, like, it's bad when I forgot his name, but one of the guitarists from Dragon Force, that really bloody amazing heavy metal band.
Yeah.
Herman Lee.
Herman Lee, that's it, Herman Lee. He's playing his own music on his Twitch channel. His own content. What happens? Twitch bans him.
Yeah.
Because he got DMCA'd by his own freaking music. So what did he do? He went to YouTube. It's like, and he's back on Twitch now because his band's lifted. But it's still just like, even the musicians that have made their own songs and have said, "This is my song. This is my content. I have made this. I have my own copyright strike. I have my own copyright laws and stuff all around it because it's mine." Twitch is you're using that song, but it's mine. But it's from the music label. But that's the music label that I work for. Still banned. It's like, that does not make sense. It's like musicians are getting affected by this as well with their own bloody music. It's completely, pardon my French, fucked up when musicians are getting screwed over as well. That was when I was like, well, this is
their own music, yeah.
Yeah, it's just absolutely stupid. It just is.
They need to readjust. They need to massively readjust this copyright law to get even just a section in regards to streaming, and have it set up to say, right, here's what you can do, here's what you can't do. Mm-hmm. And otherwise, we're just gonna have so much issue like this. It's gonna keep happening, and eventually, the MCA is just gonna have to go further and further and further until it gets to a stage where you can't, like, a couple of people I've seen, as you said, they've muted their entire audio. Well, I'm sorry, but the whole music and sound of the games is what makes the games. Just having someone talk and playing the game is alright and good, but if you can hear what's going on in the game as well, the background noises, the music especially, I can't tell you how many games I've played where I have not literally just hit pause and just listened to the music because it was amazing. But you won't be able to do that because it'll hit with a DMCA problem. And I don't know, I guess maybe I don't know enough information to know what DMCA can do or what needs to be fixed. But Twitch must understand what's going on with here, and there needs to be a compromise between the streamers and the Copyright Act. If people are stealing the Copyright Act and use it for malicious intent, yeah, I can ban them straight away. Happy to do that. But if they're just doing it because they like the music and they're just playing it, and even like in the games, for example, it's just playing in the background, nothing that they can fix, and they get hit with a ban like that, it's just a bit too... It's just a bit of a gut puncher, really.
Yeah. Agree with you there. Definitely. It's just, things need to change. Which brings on to the final part, because I know... I don't think we need to have a conclusion for this, because I think we've all spoken our piece about
this,
current things that have happened recently. Oh, and also, by the way, that Fortnite event that happened not too long ago, where pretty much Twitch was like, yeah, you can stream the Fortnite event, no worries. Like, this is what Epic Games and Twitch said. You can stream the event, no worries. But as soon as the event ends, your VOD's getting deleted. Clips are getting deleted. It's like, cool, thanks.
Right, so what's the point of even recording this, honestly?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what is the point in even doing that? So that was another thing where I'm just like, yeah, it's still going on and it'll go on for a while. But let's end off with talking about the future of DMCA, because I know we can keep going on about this, and this will probably be like a 12-hour podcast with all of us talking about it. So, future of DMCA, what do we want to see happen? But What do we think is going to happen, but also what do we want to happen? Let's start off with Tricky again. What do you think is going to happen, and what do you also want to happen?
I personally think it's going to get worse before it gets better. But what I want, especially Twitch, to do is at least give their, well, not even just streamers, their employees. You're an employee of Twitch.
Yeah.
If you're streaming and you're like affiliate or higher.
If you have a contract signed with an affiliate or partnership, you are an employee to Twitch.
So what they need to do is they need to give their employees the tools that are going to help them succeed the best. They need to implement a system where their algorithm can detect the exact clip or the exact VOD and times like YouTube has. Hell, even go to YouTube and be like, hey, how did you do it? Because YouTube's, it'll tell you, excuse me, between this time and this time in the video. That's where it happened. And you can actually listen and be like, oh yeah, my bad. But they need to give their employees the tools to succeed if they want to succeed. Because at the end of the day, if there's no streamers, there's no Twitch.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally agree with that. What do you think? And I'm guessing, like, you know, with Twitch needs to change, and when you said it's going to get worse before it gets better, like, is there any specific things in the DMCA law that you think could be changed in order to be an improvement for everyone?
I think they need to be updated to include fair use and the definition of fair use. And that's something with YouTube as well. People are getting copyright claims on videos when they're doing commentary over them and stuff like that. And it should be covered under fair use.
Yeah. No.
So I think that definitely needs to be added, and everyone given a specific answer, because it's such a gray area that especially everyone in content creation in general needs to have that definitive answer. There can't be a gray area.
Yeah, and they need to be given like the benefit of the doubt if they're using something like
exactly. Don't give them
Yeah.
instant ban. Give them a warning. Like even YouTube has like a 3-strike system.
Yeah, have something like that. I thought Twitch was gonna do that as well, but they just decided to do straight
They're
bans.
like, now you're banned for 3 days. Bye.
So that's great. Well done. Thanks, Twitch. Thanks for being there for us. God damn.
But that's a whole nother topic too, about how like top streamers will take a ban sometimes over taking any other punishment.
Yeah.
They can just take a mini vacation and come back.
That's true. That's true. I mean, it's just like, well, might as well just take 3 days off.
Well, that's a whole other topic.
Yeah, definitely. James, for you, DMCA future, what do you think is going to happen, and what do you want to see happen, whether it be like streaming or the law itself?
I actually agree with Tricky. I think it is going to get a lot worse before it gets better, and I think it will actually get to the stage, and this kind of terrifies me a little, but I can see it getting to the stage where Twitch will just outright start banning accounts just for playing games, whether it's on not with audio muted or not. I think there'll be a time where it'll just ban certain games because the copyright law gets into it, and then when that happens, that's when they'll start taking more of an approach and go, okay, maybe we're not doing something right here. But I hope that never happens. But in the back of my mind, that's what I'm thinking. Potentially that's going to happen. They need to update the law. The Copyright Act needs to get updated to include stuff like this, like Twitch and streaming. Streaming as a whole, in general, needs to be updated to for the Copyright Act itself. I want to get to the stage where Twitch personnel are trained to know about the DMCA Act and how to basically help it out, like I said before. Even if for an hour a month or an hour a week, for example, they just stream DMCA, we got information about DMCA, either what's happening, what's going to happen, or any questions that they've got that they can just answer on stream. Because I think if you just don't talk to your audience about what's going on, no one's gonna get more information about it, or worse, they're just gonna go off and do their own thing because they don't know what's going on. They keep getting told you're doing it wrong. What am I doing? How am I doing it wrong? Not telling you. Well, why the fuck should I? So why the hell should I be listening to you telling me I'm doing it wrong when you won't tell me how to fix it? So that I'm just gonna keep doing what I do. So I'm hoping for the future it's gonna get worse before it gets better. But when it gets better, there'll be a lot more. The grey area will near enough be gone, and you'll have a lot of rules where it's easy to sort of understand and easy for people to understand to go, yeah, okay, can't do that there, I can't do that, right, perfect, move on, go away.
Yeah, no, I think when you said like you're worried that like Twitch is gonna ban streamers for playing specific, like I get they have a banned list, but that's specifically for like, you know, games that are very, very inappropriate.
Yeah, that's not the very inappropriate ones.
But for the games that are like, you know, new games that come out that are in the Twitch game category that you can play and, you know, is available all around the world. You know, the moment they ban streamers just for playing a specific game, you know, and it's part of the Twitch game category, like, then that'll be the death of Twitch, because Twitch was solely made for game streaming. That was it. They added art, they added music, they added all all the other stuff, you know, cooking and all of that. Great, cool stuff. Like, add all that, but the main point of Twitch is games that people want to watch. People play games, you know, live, which is great, you know. And to take that away is just pretty much you're taking away your main feature, and people will just be like, well, I'm out then. Yeah. Because then it's just gonna go downhill. I don't think that'll happen. If it does, that's just gonna be like a big that's bullet in the foot, or I like to call the ultimate big oof right there, general. Not chief, general. That's all I'm gonna say on that. But yeah, I agree with you guys. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. I would like to see in the future, Twitch is still gonna do some stupid stuff. They're still gonna do that maybe for next year and maybe 2022. I would think maybe in the next few years that they start to. And this is the thing I think they need to change the higher ups. It probably won't happen. But if they change the higher ups to people that actually give a damn about the streamers, you know, and, you know, things start doing a 360 turn for the better, then yeah, I can see that, you know, Twitch will, and the other streaming platforms will set out some new rules and new rules and features that will be able to help streamers succeed and you know, not get hit by the DMCA laws. You know, probably not 100% of the time. There might be some every now and then you get dinged for, but hey, if you know, with the new features, it will be able to help you go through a more smoother process. So I'm hoping that that'll happen where new features and new items will come out for streamers that can be able to, you know, get through this all with the future. And yeah, the DMCA law needs to be changed. It needs to be changed. We'll say it needs to be added with some sort of like fair use attached to it. Because again, it got made in 1998. I could see why it was made in the late 90s, late 90s, because, you know, with the internet coming on and the 2000s, the millennium's coming, there's going to be a lot of new illegal stuff that's going to be building up, copyright, pirating, all of that jazz. So yeah, I could totally see why DMCA was made for that in the first place. But you know, you need to things are move on. It's the 21st century, for Christ's sake. 2020 coming into going into say the 2020s now, and new things are happening, things are changing. Update the law to be able to help content creators, you know, achieve their dreams, and not for them not to be scared to hit that go live button every day. So yeah,
I think that was a good way.
There we go. That's it. DMCA. What a topic to discuss. Okay. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I am feeling ready for some music.
I'm hyped up. Let's go.
Oh my god, let's play some after talking about DMCA. Let's play some music. Yeah. It's a great way to talk about after talking about DMCA. Time to play some tunes, and let's hope we don't get hit.
No, we won't know till afterwards.
Pretty much. Well, you'll get the email, not me.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Hey,
Your account has been suspended for 72 hours due to DMCA content.
goddamn! If only we had our very.
James has sent a message to Andy. You knew this was going to happen. That's why you took me. That's why you asked me to take over the show, didn't you? Andy replies back to James. Exactly.
No, you just go, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
pretty much. Yes, troll face.
Yeah.
But gee, James, if only we had a Tally-Ho Show Twitch account.
Yes. You know what? I think that would be a good idea to have. But where would we find one of those?
Well, we just gotta make one.
Can we make a Tally-Ho Twitch channel show?
Maybe we can.
Oh,
Starting
oh.
on season 3.
Yes, that is right, ladies and gentlemen. You are hearing it first. We are actually going to be making the Tally-Ho Twitch channel. That's right. No longer will it be on my channel or Andy's channel. We're actually going to be making it on our very own Twitch channel itself. So that we get hit with the DCMA and we get scot-free. Yay!
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we'll just be like, well, it's just the podcast show. It doesn't really matter.
Exactly. Yeah.
But-
Hey, it's not going
but
to
yeah,
hurt my
we thought-
shoes.
Yeah, but we
There's
thought
other
maybe.
platforms.
Yeah, exactly. There's other platforms, pretty much. But we just thought maybe it would just be nice to have, the show have its own channel. It has its own. We've got a YouTube channel out now, which is awesome. And why not have a Twitch? And we'll just see. Things will start coming together as it is on season 3. So keep an eye out for that. But yeah, new exciting stuff happening for the next season.
I am
Good.
very looking forward to it. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have been renewed for season 3.
I know, shock horror. How the hell did that happen?
No idea, but you know what? My knees are killing me.
Well, at least we can take a little bit of a break before we start the new season.
What do you mean? I had to clean a lot of their cars. What do you think I meant?
Anyway, music.
Music, yeah!
We've got Tricky's batch of songs. Tricky, what do you want to tell us what songs we're going to be playing and why you picked them?
We are going to be playing first of all, we're going to be playing the Razgriz theme from Ace Combat 5 because there's no other reason other than it's probably one of my favorite games ever, and the soundtrack is absolutely amazing. And this song kind of makes the mission the best. How do I describe it? And it really makes the mission because it is kind of a boring mission to start.
It makes up for it with its song and really puts you in the mood to say, okay, this is the big one. I know it's the big one because everything around me is screaming, this is the big one.
Exactly. And then my other song is Buried Alive by... Wow, I forgot the name of the band. One Desire. And it is on the soundtrack for the game Wreckfest. So, because who doesn't like listening to some good old rock music while slamming your car into someone else and sending them off a cliff?
Ah, yes.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Reminds me of Burnout 3.
Yeah.
Listening to some good rock music whilst you hit a car and it hurtles down the cliff is very therapeutic, don't you know?
And you would know. That's why his insurance premiums are through the roof.
No, I would know. That's why I don't drive anymore, because I've been banned from driving.
Twice!
Yeah. Third time I'm in jail. That's why I'm being a good boy. This never happened, just to let you know, in case you're thinking that it's true. It's not. Just kidding.
Spoiler alert, it is true.
Stop. Let's get on with the music. You've been listening to the Tally-Ho Show with me, Andy.
Me, James.
And me, Tricky.
Not.
I don't have water in my mouth this time. I can actually do it.
He can do it. Woo. We'll be back. We'll be back with our third and final topic, which will be given to us by the wonderful Tricky himself. Until then, enjoy Ace Combat 5: The Unsung War, Razgriz theme.
listening to the Tally-Ho Show with Andy, James, and me, the voice inside your head. You really need to do the dishes at some point. You've left them at the sink for days. Just checking to see if you've done the dishes or not.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final part of the Tally-Ho show. We hope you guys are enjoying it so far. So, that was Tricky's choices of music. So what we had first was Ace Combat 5, the Unsung War, the Razgriz theme, which I will agree with him with it. It was fantastic, and I love Ace Combat's music as a whole. And finally, we had Buried Alive by on Wreckfest. So, this is it, the final bit. So now we go and moving on to Tricky's final topic. So, buddy, what have we got planned for our final topic?
For the final topic, we have the how do I describe? Jeez, my brain just shut down there.
Oh no!
Talking about how games such as Valorant have been moved too quickly into the professional esports scene. So, it was just announced recently that Valorant will be entering a full competitive esports scene starting next year, and they've already laid out how they're going to be setting up the format with having 4 regional tournaments a year, and if you win those tournaments, you move up to 2 basically qualifiers, and then after that you play the major at the end of the year if you win those. And with a game that's so new like Valorant, there's so many issues with the game that I personally believe that I don't think that Valorant should be getting ready to move up into a possibly tier 1 spot in the general esports scene, because Valorant's only been out for about 6-7 months now. They only have 5 maps. The gunplay needs a lot of adjusting, as they wanted to make the gunplay similar to Counter-Strike, but Counter-Strike has a very unique sense where or for their gameplay where you have, unlike Call of Duty where it's run and gun, you have to be completely standing still in order to fire your gun accurately. And especially with the latest updates in Valorant, they've kind of moved away from that, and the guns are unintentionally, you're basically able to run a gun up to this point. And so they need to be able to, if they want it to be like Counter-Strike, they need to be able to keep the gunplay at an equal level between them both. And another thing is Valorant's movement on characters leaves you too vulnerable to both the abilities that they have in the game and other factors such as the weapons and trying to get information. And other genres that also follow this format, and I'm going to reference Counter-Strike a lot because Valorant was meant to be a direct competitor to Counter-Strike. Valorant's or CSGO's movement is, well, it's the same style of movement. The character movement itself is a lot quicker and a lot more responsive. And then other things as well, whereas Counter-Strike has flashbangs, smoke grenades, Molotovs, and normal frag grenades. Those are your 4 utility pieces that you can use. Everyone gets that. Everyone's on the same playing field. Everyone, it's equal opportunity. And you're able to counter what the enemy players are trying to do to you. So it stays an even playing field. Whereas with Valorant's abilities, they just leave you helpless. For example, with their smokes in the game, you can place them exactly where you want them, and so for smokes, I believe that the skill ceiling is a lot lower. But for the way Valorant uses all their blinds and flashes to try to blind your enemies, a lot of them just leave you helpless. There's no way to dodge. There's really no way to dodge them, and a lot of the times you have no warning that they're coming.
Okay, so it's a case of you don't want an esports game to just totally rely on luck. You'd rather it had skill involved in that.
Exactly, and that's why battle royale games in my opinion, shouldn't be esports, because they're more reliant on RNG and luck and weapon spawns than. And don't get me wrong, like there's a bunch of skill in the game too with aim and that, and learning how the weapon systems work. But you're so heavily reliant on what you're actually gonna get in your building. You don't want to be in a $1 million tournament where you lost $1 million because a gun didn't spawn in your building.
Yeah, I see I know what you mean. It's a bit, you can't really have an esports game where, like you just said, no point you losing out on a goal, because they're thinking about bringing that out into the Olympics quite soon, esports.
Yeah, I know. I heard about that.
Yeah.
But at the same time as well, the thing I'm more focusing on right now is how Valorant, it's too early in its lifespan, and there isn't enough content in the game for it to be a competitive esport.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it's a great game. I really enjoy playing it. It's not ready yet. If you take, for example, Riot's other huge tier 1 esport, League of Legends, it took them 2 years with that game before they had their first ever official tournament.
And how long has Valorant's been on? About 3 months?
Valorant's only been out 6 to 7 months.
Yeah. So it's not really 6 months is a bit too short to try and test everything.
Exactly. Like, they need to make sure that they have everything ready to go before they even fully think about having the official esports ready to go. Because right now, because of how new the game is, it's constantly changing the mechanics. It's constantly changing how the agents work. It's constantly changing how the abilities work.
Yeah.
So it's hard to keep a consistent equal playing field if you're constantly changing the mechanics. And professional players are constantly having to basically relearn whole new metas in the game.
It's not what you want to do if you want to put it as a future esports event, is it? But I think what they could have done really was to essentially make sure that the game was ready to go from the get-go before they even thought about putting it as an esports thing. And by that I mean alpha, beta testing, everything out of the way. And then once you've got it ready, then trial it out on a couple of people, get the kinks out there, sort it out, put it back to another esports, a small event. So maybe
that's what they've been doing lately with the First Strike event, and that they are smaller events that they are testing out the esports style.
Yeah.
But for example, with the content in the game, there's only 5 maps in the game, and 2 of the maps everyone hates.
Yeah.
So that only leaves you with 3 maps. And if you're left with 3 maps, good luck having a best of 5 final or grand final, where one of the maps, the newest map out, needs a complete rework before it's even competitively viable.
Yeah. Because
they have, for example, they're very, very one-sided maps.
Okay then. What way are they one-sided though?
As in the attackers have a huge advantage over the defenders.
Okay.
Or vice versa.
Oh yeah, so if you have changes from attackers to defenders, then
whereas it's seen, for example, getting 3 rounds on defense on that map in a 12-round half is considered good because of how strong the attacking side is.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you want everything to be as balanced as possible to give both teams an equal opportunity on both sides.
Yeah.
So where it comes down to the team play and the skill of the players and how they use their characters' abilities as a team to be able to get into those bomb sites and plant them.
Okay, yeah.
Going back to when you said regarding about like Valorant having esports like right off the get-go, like after like a certain amount of months of the game being out, like I get why I think Riot decided to do that, because they have League of Legends, which has been going on for a good number of years in the esports scene. So, you know, them making this brand new game thinking like, well, you know, League of Legends was a success for being esports. Let's try and get Valorant to be like an esports style game and get it right into the scene. It's like, no, not a good idea.
And that was one of the issues, is they designed the game they wanted to design the game to be esports ready right out of the gate.
Yeah, and that's
no game is ever esports ready right out of the gate.
No game is never gonna be esports ready. It's gonna like you said, like what was it? Like CS:GO, like took about a good few years before it became an esports game, or like...
League of Legends did.
Oh, League of Legends.
League of Legends took 2 years before they had their first official tournament.
And how long did CS:GO become like an official
I
thing?
believe Counter-Strike took a year.
You see, it's kind of
because Counter-Strike though had players coming over from previous Counter-Strike games.
Mm-hmm.
It was just the next iteration in the esports scene, because it went from Counter-Strike, like the original Counter-Strike, and then Counter-Strike Source, Counter-Strike 1.6. Those two were kind of out at the same time and had their own scenes, but they amalgamated into the CS:GO scene.
Yeah.
And so it was understandable that they would be able to go a bit quicker because they're just coming off of previous games. It's like the professional COD scene, just moving from game to game. Whereas Valorant was something completely new for Riot, and they were making it a direct competitor to Counter-Strike, which has had its... Like, Counter-Strike Global Offensive itself has been out since 2012. So it's had its time to grow and flourish as a scene for the last 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they had another 10 years before that, from the original Half-Life mod that was Counter-Strike to up until CSGO's release, to iron out those bugs in their scene. Whereas in Valorant, since it's so new to Riot, because as far as I'm aware, this is Riot's first official competitive shooter that they've ever released. And they went off of Counter-Strike's format, so wanted to use Overwatch's abilities to make it more unique for their game. And I personally feel that it's just too early for them, and they have too many issues to still work out in the game. And from OP abilities to OP weapons to gun mechanics not working how they're supposed to and how they're described to work. There's so many things that they need to fix before this game can be considered, #esports ready.
Definitely. As like I say, like as you said, games cannot be esports ready right off the get-go. It's like it's gonna take, let's say, a year or two for the game to be fully fully implemented into, like, say, the gaming community, and then it can slowly build up an esports like community as well, to then eventually maybe become a big headline esports event for the game.
Exactly. Another good example for that is taking your time to actually get into the esports scene. Funny enough, tying back to what we were talking to at the beginning, is the NHL series. The NHL series didn't get an official esports scene, even just for the 1v1s. Didn't get an official esports scene until 2018.
That's crazy.
And
goes to think of how
that's
long
their
the game's been out.
18th game they've released.
Yeah.
And that just started an esports scene.
It's just insane, really, with that. It's like,
Yeah, because it's taken them that long to be able to have a decent format and work out all the kinks enough to officially have it as an esport and sponsor it. Like, yeah, there's always been events. Pretty much every game that's considered competitive, there's small events all around the world for tournaments and that. But to have an official event that's paid for by the company that makes it, and the prize money is coming from the company that makes it. Like, for example, the Valorant Riot is paying out the prize pool with a mix of sponsors and stuff like that. But Riot's the main people, like, this is our official esports scene, here's our plan. I feel like I wouldn't even say that it's a year too early. I'd say that it's like 6 months too early. Like, yeah. I think that Valorant is close to being there, but it just isn't there yet.
It needs to be still worked on, like, for sure. Like, there's got to be, like, there's going to be kinks, there's going to be bugs, there's going to be all kinds of stuff that they need to work on. Like, just because you've released the game fully doesn't mean that it's ready for everything. No, there's going to be new challenges, new, like, issues that are going to come at the game. It's going to be like, you're going to have to pretty much, like, go back, like, rebuild some things that will eventually get broken in there in order for it to fully flourish. You need a game to be fully flourished first before anything else.
You don't want the game to be still broken by the time you do an esports event, because if that event happens and the game crashes or something goes horribly wrong and say a team loses because of it, then they're
embarrassing.
Yeah, not as embarrassing. They're going to have probably a massive lawsuit on their hands for that.
And also the fact that if it happens on the game company's own event.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
On their own live stream, on their own event. Oh, the game bug it up. It's just gonna be like, whoa.
That's like when Valve hosts Counter-Strike majors, like major tournaments 2 a year. That is their time for their game to shine. Like, when a major tournament happens in a game, even people who know about the game but don't really watch it, that's when they watch it to see what the gameplay is like, because they want to see the professional level, how they play it. And if your game isn't ready to go, and people will be like, oh, that gun's just overpowered, that's why everyone's using it.
Yeah.
Like, there's actually a thing in the game called Just Jet Things. There's a character called Jet, and she has the ability to launch herself around and dash and that, but she can launch herself into the air and float. And usually when you do that with every gun, for the most part, it's completely inaccurate, because you can't, theoretically, the physics, you can't stabilize yourself to fire correctly.
Yeah.
But if you do that with a shotgun, it's basically 100% accurate. And you could literally just levitate over barriers and look at someone down below you and just two-shot them while you're just levitating.
Yeah.
And everyone knows jet and shotgun is the best combination, because one, you can just dash right into people's faces and then just one hit them with the shotgun. It doesn't matter about their armor. And then, or you have to worry about her hovering over you and, like, hovering over smoke grenades that are meant to block vision. Or not smoke grenades, sorry, smoke abilities. To block the lane and block vision, she can just levitate over them and go after you with a shotgun.
Yeah.
Mind you, it's always a high risk, high reward play because you're very exposed up there, but still.
It's considered majorly unfair.
Yeah, when a full team can have full armor, full upgraded rifles, everything, and then the jet's just like, nah, and flies over and kills 3 of you.
It's not
like, it's like, how is that balanced? Like, don't get me wrong, if the shotgun's close range, yeah, 100%, it should one-shot you, because you're getting pumped full that close. But if it's at range and you're beating a rifle in the air, and basically the same amount of shots they take to kill you, you kill them, and they have to worry about where their gun is or where their bullets are actually going, whereas you just have to worry about the general area aiming at them. it's not fair.
No, it's
No.
not. And as you said, like, you know, with, what was it, the attack in Valorant, the attackers have more of an advantage than the defenders.
On
or-
certain maps.
On certain maps, you know,
On other maps, it can be flipped back around.
Oh, okay, but still, it's like, you know, having one side having more advantage than the other. Like, if you put that into an esports scene, then you kind of know, and you go into a map, then people
I
get
can't
like,
really
oh.
fault them too much on that one, because there is maps in Counter-Strike 2 that are the same way. Like, some maps are stronger to defend on than attack on because they're harder to get through the choke points. But the way Valorant's done it is it's so heavily one-sided. Like, even though it's hard, like, for example, on the map Inferno in Counter-Strike, it's generally better to play as the counter-terrorist first to get as many rounds as you can.
Right.
Because it's harder to attack because the choke points are so tight. But with the right team play and playing together, and if you're just hitting your shots more than the counter-terrorists, you're going to get more points. You're going to get more rounds on the attacking side than you are on the defending. Like, even though, like, competitively, when you're playing as a full team, Inferno is a defender side or defender heavy map. When you're a lot of the times when you're playing just solo queuing and playing with randoms, it's actually the terrorist side actually has a bigger advantage because it's a map that requires a lot of communication and teamwork. So it's balanced out that way that when you're learning the map and you're playing just by yourself or with a couple friends, the attacking side is actually heavier than the defending side. So it all depends on the play style. If you play more aggressive as an attacker, it tends to balance the map out. So, and that's one thing Counter-Strike's worked very hard to do, is make sure that their maps are balanced. Unfortunately, there's still some maps that aren't, like Nuke, where it's still very heavily defender heavy. And you're like, as long as we get 5 rounds on T side, we should be fine. Unless we majorly screw up, because we'll make the rounds up on the defending side. But there's a lot more of that in Valorant than there is in Counter-Strike. But at the same time, Counter-Strike's had those years of playtesting to balance out those maps.
Yeah. So it's like,
So even though it is an issue right now, that's why I was saying that they just need a bit more time to get the game ready, get the maps balanced out, get the weapons balanced out, and get it to the way they want the game to be.
and I think, as you said, like, with it being, give it another 6 months, then it should be fully ready to go, and then we should expect to see like some good matches coming out of the competitive scene.
Exactly, and like there's already good matches in the competitive scene now, but they would just be heightened that much more if the game was a bit more balanced.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I think, like, maybe, hopefully, within like 6 months to maybe more so a year, like when things are like things are getting tweaked, bugs are getting fixed, and things are getting more like evenly balanced, we'll start to see like more of the probably like would say like OMG like clutch gaming moments, or OMG, you know.
Exactly, and don't get me wrong, like I'm not trying to bash Valorant in any way. Like I said, I love playing Valorant, and I want Valorant to be there because it is a direct competitor to Counter-Strike. Because as Valorant gets better, Counter-Strike's gonna get better too. Like they just released a new update in Counter-Strike that has completely changed the game, and it was just one tiny thing. It was them adding the ability to ping, because that's been one issue. Is a lot of the times, especially playing on European servers, not everyone speaks the same language, and if they can't say in English or in a language people can understand, like where an enemy is, now they have the ability to ping and be like, hey, they're here. And that's something that Counter-Strike's been missing for quite a while, because Valorant had it when it came out. Even the new Call of Duty has it. But Apex was the game to really bring out the pinging and be like, this is how helpful it is to have a pinging system.
Yeah.
But Counter-Strike's finally done that, and even all the pros are like, finally, like, this is what we wanted. Because sometimes you can't get the words out fast enough for a call-out, so you just ping. Like, hey, I saw someone here. Because I know myself all the time, on the map Mirage, there's 2 upper areas on each bomb site. One's called Apps, one's called Palace. I constantly mix those up. But usually people understand what you're talking about, like, oh, they're up there. But it can be confusing, so if I can't, or if I don't say the right thing or anything, I have the ability now to ping and be like, this is what I mean, is up here.
Yeah, it's like having that option, like, especially like when playing it like casually or competitively, it's like some people might think of it, oh, it's not that big, it's a pretty small little feature. For the esports competitive scene, could be a game changer.
Exactly, like 100%.
Especially when you're playing with a team that, you know, is like vastly, you know, it's a vast European team, but it consists of, like, say, players from different countries where they might not, you know, understand each other's language, or might not understand English, because English will have to be the language that they will have to learn in order to have full communication with. But it's like having the ping will help them out in order to, you know, get ready for what's to come in the next round.
Exactly, and with CS:GO and Valorant now competing against each other, it's only going to make the games better. But right now, a lot of people are coming back to Counter-Strike from Valorant because it's just not ready yet. And people are starting to get bored of it. So, at least from the Counter-Strike scene moving over there. Because there was a 100%, when Valorant came out, they directed their audience towards Counter-Strike players and Overwatch players.
Yeah.
And but when they came into the game and the beta started, it was clear 100% that the Counter-Strike players had a huge advantage over the Overwatch players, because Overwatch players were so used to run and gun, whereas the Counter-Strike players were used to the mechanics that they chose because they were very similar. But another thing with the gunplay as well, like I said, how some guns you can just run and gun and be perfectly fine. They also made, whereas Counter-Strike, the weapons have exact spray patterns so that the bullets will follow every time. So muscle memory, you learn to counter that with that pattern with your mouse, so you can have the best accuracy possible. In Valorant, they made it after the first 6 shots, your bullets are completely random.
Oh my
That's
god.
pretty good.
And so you're once again relying on RNG in an esport.
Yeah.
And not gun skill. The skill ends after 6 shots. Don't get me wrong, like, technically you should be killing the person within the first 6 shots.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you're being rushed and you fire those first 6 shots, you know those first 6 shots are going to be accurate, then after that you're screwed. So you let go of your mouse button and try to pick a different target and start shooting again. The time that they have between firing to reset the spray is so you can fire the first 6 again is way too long.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times you'll fire, wait half a second, flick over to someone else, fire, and all your bullets are just going in every which direction except where you're aiming, and you're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And
it's
then,
like by the time
Counter-Strike, as soon as you let go, it's like a couple milliseconds. Like, if you let go and start firing again right away, yeah, it's still gonna go. It's gonna count as a spray. But if you wait like just a split second, like enough time to aim to someone else, your spray is gonna be reset, and you get to work and do that pattern again.
Yeah.
So it once again relies on skill and knowing, or being able to take that next engagement. So there's a lot of things that Valorant needs to work on before I consider it ready for esports.
And that's fair. That's totally understandable. It's like if you can't, you guys, as we said earlier, like you can't just put in a game and be like, okay, esport players enjoy. It's like, no, because it's like you can't just do that right off the bat. It's like that's not how it works. So I think Riot was trying to be very ambitious with this type of thing, with introducing Valorant as an esports-ready type game. And I mean, fair play. You know, like I can understand why they wanted to do that, and you know, to try and see how it would react to people. So hopefully, them seeing the the reactions, the comments that players are saying regarding about probably saying it's not ready for esports yet. They could be able to like tweak it out, maybe like saying get it ready for like say after the next 6 months or even a year, for it to then be fully ready. Because again, it needs to be flourished for players to jump into it before it can be considered an esport.
There was a case recently in the tournament that's going on right now that Valorant completely changed the mechanics of two of the strongest defending characters mid-tournament.
Wow.
Basically, the character Cypher and the character Killjoy. They made it so, because usually if you died as those characters, your equipment would stay around.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you die as Cypher, all of your equipment shuts down and people can just see it and get rid of it. If they're not paying attention, they can still walk into it, but it's deactivated, like the cloaking's deactivated, you can see everything.
Yeah.
And with Killjoy, even when she's alive, if she moves more than 40 meters away from her equipment, it shuts down. So Killjoy is effectively locked to a bomb site to defend.
Jesus.
And you can always tell if the Killjoy's around now, like wall hacks, if her equipment's up.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, if Cypher dies, his equipment's completely useless.
And doing that midway in a tournament.
Yep.
Like, yeah, with those players that know how to play the characters, and it's just all of a sudden, wait, what the hell? It's
And
like...
I've been very vocal with the changes that they made to the operator in the game, which is basically the one-hit sniper in the game. And what they did was they made it so it fires slower, so you move slower with it while scoped in. And basically what they were trying to do was eliminate being aggressive with it. So that way it was back to what it was meant to be, which is just holding angles. But they nerfed it to a degree where a lot of players can't even get away from the angles they're holding now.
Oh my goodness.
And they've pretty much eliminated using the op aggressively as much as they possibly can, because they said that's not what it's intended for. But you look at Counter-Strike and it's perfectly balanced. All they did was they slowed the movement speed. That was it. Like the weapon, I admit that the op in Valorant was firing a little too fast, but they nerfed it too much.
Yeah, and now it's like
Yeah.
they tried to do something right, but in the end it was the exact opposite.
Man, like, don't get me wrong, like, you can still use it, but now it's strictly basically just, I'm gonna hold these few pixels, and if I get rushed, well, I'm screwed.
It's like, well, I'm dead.
Like, once again, no ability to counter. There's no counterplay to that.
Yeah. James?
But people were complaining that it was too, and the only reason they did is because people were complaining it was too overpowered at the time, and I'll admit it was. But they, just like they did with one of the characters, Sage, which was the healer, people complained it was overpowered, and they nerfed her to the ground. Just like the op, they nerfed it to the ground.
I don't get why
just nerfed her. I said, die, just go, weaker.
Yeah, they reduced her healing and made her defensive wall weaker, everything.
I don't get it why game companies do that, where they just think they like, you know, if you nerf a character like once, like just once, just to like get it to even ground, yeah, fair enough. But to constantly
they nerfed her 4 patches in a row.
Yeah,
Jesus.
If you constantly nerf a character every now and then, oh, we just nerfed this character again. Why do you keep doing that? Because it's like now you've made like now it's like under advantage.
And they only made her viable. They nerfed her so much they made her viable on one map.
Literally,
She went from the most picked character to the least picked.
It's just that little meme from The Simpsons. Stop it! She's already been nerfed.
Yep, exactly.
like, I just don't get that with some game companies where they think it's probably a good idea to nerf the character. If you're nerfing the characters to make it evenly balanced, yeah, fair enough, do that, but make sure some specific characters still have a little bit of an advantage over other characters.
Well, the worst part about it is they talked about saying how like, we realized that healing is a little bit overpowered to be able to heal back to full, or be able to heal back to full in an FPS game when you're already damaged. So what do? They nerf Sage to hell, and everyone's like, okay, you know what? It's understandable. It sucks that you nerfed her that much, but we understand like you don't want people healing as much. So what do they do on their newest agent? Bring in another healer.
For God's sake.
So, and their way to nerf her was like she can't have a gun out while she's healing, and she can only heal others. Like she can't heal herself.
That doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry. Yeah, he's right. That makes no sense.
But she also only has a certain amount that she can heal. Like she has a meter that goes down the more she heals.
I mean, I get that. I understand, it's not unlimited healing, especially when you're in,
But still, you can heal someone up to full one round, or one time during the round. Sage, basically, one time during the round, you can heal someone up to full. Mm-hmm. It's like, we understand that healers shouldn't really be as big of a factor in an FPS game, so let's introduce another healer.
I don't think they thought this one through.
And they already had two characters that can literally heal themselves. On top of that, they have Phoenix, who can heal himself with his flames, either with his Molotov or with his wall. And then they have Reyna, who can heal when she kills someone. She has the ability to either go half invisible and invulnerable for a few seconds, or to heal herself, as long as she's in view of where the person was killed. And with Reyna's ultimate, as soon as you kill someone, you instantly heal back to full.
Wow.
Yeah, and in her ultimate, you go completely invisible instead of half invisible. Well, you can't shoot when you're invisible.
Oh yeah, no. I mean that would just be OPAF.
But it's still there's a lot of things that they need to balance out still.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Even with me playing it a couple of times, it's just you can still tell it's a very early game where it's esports, not ready yet. Give it a little bit of time, and then you should be ready for the big boys league, for the big boy league of competitive
exactly.
games.
They're building it to go up against a tier 1 esport, which is Counter-Strike.
It's
an esport that's won esport of the year multiple times.
Yeah, there is no way it's just gonna fall flat on its face right from the get-go.
Yeah, they knew what they were getting into making this game, and I just feel that they're rushing it.
Yeah.
If they take their time and do it right, it'll stay a direct competitor to Counter-Strike. Right now, everyone looks at it and just says it's an easier Counter-Strike.
You say that they're rushing it, right?
Yeah.
So are they rushing to be? No? Okay.
There's always one.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. I had to put in a freaking
no,
on that.
no,
as soon as you
no.
said it,
You did not have to do that, Andy.
I have to give you that one, Andy, because of what I did to Corey the other day.
Oh, what did you do to Corey?
It was during the 24-hour stream, and Jardy was saying, "Oh yeah, I've been getting a lot more Russian viewers lately." And then Corey's like, "Well, why don't the Russians watch me?" And I'm like, "Well, because they're not rushing over to your stream."
Oh.
And all I heard was, "I hate you," and everyone else was dying laughing.
See, those moments that you have to get to make a really bad pun or joke, you take it. Don't hold back. Just say it. People will hate you.
Content
But
you get
it's
over on my
worth it.
stream. I'm not afraid to say those jokes and make all my friends groan multiple times.
Exactly. They still love you. They'll just hate you for that one split minute.
Exactly.
That's one split minute that spreads and spreads and spreads over 2 minutes, then 4 minutes, then 8 minutes, until eventually they just hate the sound of your voice. But enough about my adventure, Andy.
Yeah, that's what I just thought. Yeah, you've been hating my voice for frickin' 13 years, mate.
You've hated my voice for 13 years, so there we go.
I know, but I still love you as a person.
I love you too, buddy.
Okay, I was waiting for you to say that. I'm just like, this is the cue when you say you love me as well.
Wait for it! Wait for it!
Hold it! Hold it!
There it is!
There it is. So, James, just to get your intake on it as well, like, you know, when it comes to esports, like, you know, not just Valorant in general, just like any game with a game company that decides to make an esports ready type game right off the get-go. Do you think it's too early for that, or do you think maybe they should like give it a little bit of time before they can decide to jump into that scene?
I think probably give it time, because again, if you're going to go straight into the esports region or the esports route, you need to be pretty much on the ball with what you want your esports to go to. And as we've been saying as well, 6 months, way too little time to get your game up to scratch, and you should just be alpha and beta testing it as much as physically possible until eventually you know that you get the kinks and the bugs out of it. Then only hold like a very small tournament and do that maybe for a year or so. Get the rest of the stuff out. Only then do you think, okay, now maybe I'll give it a go and actually go for the esports. But it should just be a case of make the game first, make it good, then when you've got it down to a T, then go down the esports route if you can do it. But until then, get the game first and get that squared away. Otherwise, if you do that, you potentially could have a game like No Man's Sky, where it was patched out to there was nothing there to begin with, and they're only just now getting to the stage where it's playable. You don't want to be able to do that, especially if you're going for an esports sort of style. So maybe a year and a half of actually testing your game to make sure it can handle the stress of esports before you could go ahead and say, yeah, you know what, we'll go for it now. We'll go for esports.
Good. Yeah, good way of saying that. Yeah, I'm the same with that. That's like, you know, just don't get it out of the gate. It just doesn't make sense. It's like, you know, because you don't know like how people are going to react to it and how many people want to be a part of it, like in the esports scene with that. And you know, it might just be like you make a big event for it, like right off the get-go. It might become a big like viewership and financial flop, like especially with like the talent that you're trying to pull out, because if your game has come out for like after 3 months and then you're doing your first major tournament, you know, you're not going to have the talent already on there. It's like people are still building, still trying to learn the ropes of the game. And you know, with people that you bring in to be like, here's our top player of the game, he's now going to be taking part in this with his team and stuff. It's like, yeah, sure, he's the top player of the team. After 3 months of the game being released, like people are still going to be learning. It's just going to be very bland when it comes to like watching the competition.
Yeah.
It's going to be very bland and just boring, like, you know, because people are still learning how the mechanics work, what the maps do, like where to go, like what's the best weapon and everything like that.
To be quite honest, I am definitely waiting for the esports version of Dark Souls to come out.
Oh my god. How far can you beat the game without dying? The least amount of deaths, the person wins.
That's me out then.
Yeah, I'm completely out. Like 100%, Jesus. But yeah, no, it's like as what we were saying. If you give it like, say, that's called speedrunning, Lexi says. Yeah, pretty much. Esports speedrunning. There you go. But I would say maybe give it, like people say, a year, 2 years, stuff like that. doing ESA Marathon. Fair enough. That's good to hear from that. That they're doing more speedrunning for the charities. They run it all the time. Yeah, I think most speedrunning channels that they do for charity usually do Dark Souls every now and then. But getting back onto yeah, pretty much. Right now, ironically. Oh, they're doing it right now. Oh, how ironic that we're talking about it.
So, just a quick little thing off topic that I just saw on Twitter because Nintendo was trending.
Oh, yeah.
So the Splatoon community, in support of the Smash community, has 30% of the top teams in this weekend's Splatoon 2 NA Open with team names in support of Melee and Smash. So what does Nintendo do in response? They canceled the live stream for tomorrow's finals.
Wow.
Of course they would.
Well, we'll get onto that in just like a little bit. We'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll get on to doing the other part with the Great Adventure. But yeah, I mean, it's I would think maybe give the game to be part of esports maybe after 3 years, because then you've cemented how your game works. People will fully understand and fully know how the mechanics work, how the maps go, what the characters do, all of that. You'll find out exactly who your top players are, and then you can start cementing making teams and, finding out what players will work better with who, and, what's the strengths and weaknesses when it comes to those said teams being together, So giving it, like, say, 3 years, that you've got that cemented down, and then you're all set for a good tournament. I mean, having it 3 months, like, people are still not going to know who they are or what their strengths and weaknesses are as a player.
Well,
and
that's
how they're going to bring to the team to the table.
That's the thing, is the competitive scene for Valorant right now is mainly ex Counter-Strike pros that have jumped over.
Yeah. But it's like, yeah, they probably know each other, like, we're playing CSGO. But with Valorant, yes, it's going to be kind of the same as what CSGO is, but there's still some, like, differences that they still need to learn from. So, regardless of if it's kind of the same game, there's differences that they need to learn and, work on in order to, fully flourish into the game. Like, yeah, some people are going to be like, right off the bat, master at the game. Like, cool. But there are others that need to take time with learning how it works, because it might be totally different to how it is in CSGO. So, but we'll just have to wait and see, like, after 6 months or a year, down the road, see how things go. It might even take 2 years before everyone goes like, yeah, Valorant's becomes a tier 1 esports game. We just gotta wait and see.
Or it could go the other way, and nobody, it'll just slowly just fall back into the background.
You just never know. But let's get on to what Tricky was talking about, Nintendo, because I know, like, recently Nintendo have been trying to, with one esports event, cancelled it, which was kind of just, damn, like, wow. Just because of, like, they were using an emulation of the game Melee, just so, people could be able to play it online in order to do the tournament, and Nintendo said that's a no-go. So, what are our thoughts about that, especially with what's happened with now that they've decided to cancel the Splatoon 2 tournament on stream, that they're not going to show it? Like,
I agree.
How do you feel Nintendo's doing in terms of, like, say, the esports side of things?
I agree with Lexi saying that they don't want Melee to be mainstream because it's on the GameCube and they can't monetize the GameCube like they can the Switch.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, I feel like they're trying to push them all over to Smash Ultimate because it's the new game, yet people still competitively play a game that's much older.
Because it's the better game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And honestly, Melee, out of all the Smash games, like, is the far more enjoyable and entertaining game. And, like, I've played, out of all the Smash Bros games I played Melee more than I played Brawl, 4, Ultimate, even the original. Because it's just so good. It just works, and it flourishes and just works. Controls work so magnificently. So it's like, Yeah, of course it's gonna be a big hit in like the esports scene. It's just, it's just very, like, it's just, I want to say it's childish in a way for what Nintendo are doing right now. Like, just deciding to, like, cancel that, because it's like, well, who remembers what year was it?
It sounds like them throwing their toys out the pram, really, and saying, well, if you can't do that, then we won't stream it.
Yeah. I mean, Lexi's like, yeah, dollar at the end of the day, where it's like, because they release characters and they get monetize the characters you could just buy, where it's what you get on the GameCube, and it's great. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, what year was it when Nintendo did the Nintendo Championships? Wasn't that 2015 E3? I think it was 2015.
I don't know.
No, it's 2015 E3, because I remember watching it when I was still in the UK. And, like, they were highly trying to promote esports. Like, remember when Reggie faced Hungrybox, like, in Smash? And I think it was Smash 4. It wasn't Melee, but it was Smash 4 still. But, it was, like, they were very adamant they wanted to help bring the Smash and other Nintendo games, like, esports scene. They wanted to see it flourish. And that was great. Now Reggie's gone, and now we got Doug Bowser. I mean, cool. Yeah, Doug Bowser. Yeah, he's called Bowser. Aha, yes, great. But since the turnover with Reggie gone, now all of a sudden Nintendo's just flipping 360 and now trying to, like, just remove the esports with Smash Melee and like all the other Smash games. It's like, I get it, like, they want to try and get everyone to play Ultimate instead, but no one's going to. Unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be an esports scene for Ultimate. The only time there'll be an esports scene is when Nintendo does it. They officially do it. It's like,
I'm looking at some of the team names right now, and it's Melee Nation. There's 2 teams named Free Melee.
Free Melee.
And then there's Element Free Melee. And
God.
like the top team, or rank 11, is Melee Nation.
Melee Nation. Yeah.
That's weird.
Like,
and the next tweet says, to be clear, this is Nintendo's call, not any of the tournament organizers or broadcasters. They've been listed for the weekend. This is damage control and outright spit in the face of all their dedicated competitive scenes. But at the same time, we're not surprised.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. Sorry for the wall of text. Oh, no worries, actually, all good.
It's just, why would you try to kill something that's giving your company so much publicity?
Again, that comes back to what I was saying earlier about the DMCA. With the eventually we'll get to a stage where they won't want anyone streaming any games. That's what Nintendo could potentially do.
Well, Nintendo already on YouTube doesn't want people recording their games.
Yeah, so how long will it be until they move on to Twitch?
Well, it's also the fact when they did the whole Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity when that first came out. I mean, I get it, because it was like the game wasn't fully
how the
released.
streamer got banned because he streamed it like 3 hours early or something?
3 hours early, or like it was released in some parts of the world, but it wasn't released everywhere else. And because of that, and it was other people as well. Other people were getting like hit with a ban because it was like Nintendo was saying, don't stream this, it's not fully out yet. I get what they were trying to do. But, it was kind of just like, maybe give a warning first.
Yeah,
like,
it was a temp ban for a day, but if you're gonna do that, that's like an NDA. You got to make people sign that and warn them ahead of time.
Yeah, exactly.
But like YouTubers especially, they'll get games sent to them early, but they're told you can have this game, you can play it, you can stream it or edit it or YouTube, but you can only go up on the day it comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it goes any earlier, then they could potentially be sued for it.
Yeah, I mean, do something like that. If you're gonna if a company's gonna give a game and be like, hey, we'll give you this game early, you can stream it when it's internationally released. You can record it right away. Just make sure that you don't upload it straight right off the bat. Upload it when it has been internationally released, and then that should be fine. I mean, if companies did that, sure, yeah, like rightfully so, give them the heads up. Also, but yeah, if they're gonna do like a thing where a game is gonna come out one part of the world and then a few days later it's gonna come out in the second part of the world, it's like the game company should move ahead of the times. They know that content creating is a thing, streaming is a thing. Just give out a warning, like on your social media, or send an email out to, anyone that is part of your like newsletter, just to say, just as a heads up, if you are planning on editing, like recording any footage, or planning on streaming this, because it's not fully fully out internationally, like we encourage you to, if you stream, please wait until this specific date when it is fully available all around the world. Or if you're recording, please go ahead and record and edit your videos for what you want to do. But please, can you bring the videos up on this specific time on this specific day? They do that, that's fine. Because then if anyone tries to stream it early because they think, I'm not going to get hit, they're going to get hit. And it'll just be like, well, that's all down to you, buddy, because you didn't read the rules of what the game company told you on the message that you were sent on social media or email. So if they did that, fine, that's okay. Then at least we know, and people won't get pissy about it. And if people get pissy about it, then it's just a case of they just always enjoy to find something to complain about. But because Nintendo haven't given us that fair warning, yeah, of course, right off the gate, people are getting banned and people are going to start talking about it and get angry. It's because it's stupid. So, common sense gaming companies, especially the major gaming companies, tell us first, and then we probably might obey the rules, or the majority of us will. Some people probably will think they're, God, and they won't get hit.
Beyond, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, common sense. Oh wait. It's like yes. Lexi says, food for thought. Imagine if Nintendo decided the DMCA GameCube Smash Melee on Twitch. Like Cyberpunk 2077, for example. They did it on Twitter. People thought it was another day. Yeah, and then, all that BS happened. Andy is a god, confirmed. I didn't say that. Jesus Christ.
He can't be a god.
But anyway, let's get on. Let's do a conclusion, I think. Going through all this, and we'll start with you, Tricky, with your topic. How early is too early for waiting for that? How early is too early video games wanting an esports version of the said game? What are your thoughts on that? And then also going on to say the whole Nintendo fiasco.
I feel like with esports, if you want to make a game that's esports, don't design it to be an esport right out of the gate. Put the stepping stones in for it to be and get the baseline there, but give your game at least a year minimum to start to gain its fan base, gain its pro scene, allow it to flourish, and allow everyone to understand how the game works. Then bring it out into the competitive scene, and it will be 100% more effective when people say we're having a pro scene with a pro tournament. Because people will be like, okay, I like this game, I like the mechanics, I like how it works, I want to see how the professionals play. I don't want to be watching a different game every time I see it streamed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then your thoughts on Nintendo in the whole esports scene?
Nintendo needs to shut up. let them have their
short, sweet, straight to the point. I like it.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing your games. Yeah, it might be an older game, but they're still playing your games. They're showing the replayability of the games that you make. And people will be like, oh, if you can replay this game this much, why not another Nintendo game as well? And it just snowballs and barrel roll, or it rolls on from there. Like, if you try to kill your scene, or an esports scene that's one of your most, if not your most popular scene, then you're basically saying to the players, we don't care about you. We only care about the money. And Nintendo, this is something that's been my opinion for the longest time with the console wars, is PlayStation's always been the single player story console. They've always had the really good exclusive single player stories. Xbox has always been mainly built for multiplayer, and Nintendo's been always built for family. So if you're Nintendo's, they're like, yeah, screw the esports scene. Basically, they're saying, screw your family.
Wow.
Like they're not like some kids like they look up to streamers and then they aspire like I want to be a professional at this as well. And if parents see that the esports scene, like if they're supportive of their kid, like you know what, yeah, why not? You're really good, right? And they see that the company that runs the esport is saying, screw you guys, we don't want this to be an esport anymore. We don't want people to making living off this old game. We don't want people to we want people to play the new things that we can monetize. They're gonna be like, no, and it's just gonna kill the scene altogether.
Yep.
And people are gonna go, and Nintendo's gonna release a new game, and people like, say for some reason they release another Smash, people are gonna be like, why?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do to drag me back in?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very much so. Very true. Very true. James, what? Oh,
I was
sorry.
gonna say they're shooting themselves in the foot, basically.
No, definitely. Like it's like what with how it's going, they're slowly but surely shooting themselves multiple times in the same spot.
Yes.
God damn. James, what your conclusion on esports? How early is too early for video games? For wanting an esports version, and then your thoughts on Nintendo. In the esports scene.
For esports, it's going to be at least possibly minimum of a year and a half, I think, just to get everything out of the way and squared away, so that when they bring it onto the stage, it's ready to go. It's in its best polished quality. Otherwise, any earlier, you're still finding kinks and you're still finding out bugs about it. And the last thing you want a bug to come out is during an actual tournament, because that's just gonna look horrible on you. It's gonna look horrible on the game, and you're just gonna be a laughing stock by the end of it. With regards to Nintendo, however, I'll be honest, I love Nintendo and I love the games they give out, but I do think that the whole point of them being a family company is that families play this game, but no one can always afford the games, especially like the Switch, especially. It's expensive as hell. So that's why people go to YouTube or go to Twitch. So they can't play it themselves, but they want to see maybe their mates playing it. But Nintendo always trying to say, no, you can't play our games. Well, why? Because you're not allowed to play, but I'll be playing it. Or I might guess my mate will be playing it. What's the difference between me and him playing it? It's the fact that I'm giving you money for it. And I just think I know it's a massive cutthroat business, the video game industry, but I really do like Nintendo, but sometimes I just feel like, look at it, thinking, just chill the F out. Let us do what we want. You get a lot more free publicizing if you just let us stream your games. You have no idea how many people will watch YouTube or watch Twitch, play the games, or see people play games and think, you know what? I think that looks good. I think I'll get that myself. That's a fantastic way for people for Nintendo to essentially get free publicity. But with them doing this and trying to stop people, it's mind blowing what's going through their mind when they're thinking, we can't let people see it. Why not? Because we created a game, they should pay to see it. But if they can't afford to play the game, would see it, and think they save up the money for it, no, that's a wrong idea. I have no idea why. And I really hope something clicks at Nintendo to think, actually, this would be a great idea to sort of let people see what games how our games are played.
Definitely, and just what Lexi's been saying in the chat, like I do see how Smash Melee was meant to be designed to be a house at home type of game with friends, but with how times have changed since Melee was released 21st of November 2001 on the GameCube, that Nintendo doesn't care about us saying, they care about the money. Look at the two versions of the Switch, the Potato and the Switch, and all of the ports from other console/PC games to the Switch as well. It makes me think that Nintendo is almost as bad as EA, and that's saying something with Andy's beloved game, FIFA. Now, we talked about FIFA in the early part of the podcast.
I wouldn't go too far to say they're as bad as EA. If they keep going down this route, they will be. But right now,
They will be.
EA's in a completely different league.
No, they're in a completely different league. Nintendo is slowly getting there. It's going to take them a while, but they'll slowly get there. But for me, yeah, don't ever make a game that is esports ready, like right off the get-go, because that is just a rest. I wasn't here. I know, Lexi. I know. You just have to listen into the podcast, and they are getting there. They are. Nika's like, at least EA games go on special. Yeah, they go on special deals. I mean, true.
That's because no one wants to buy them.
No one wants to buy them, so they have to put it in discounted rates. It's like, Jesus. But yeah, don't bring a game, make it esports ready right off the bat, because that is just a recipe for disaster. You need to take your time with making the game, like just fixing it, like polishing it, adding new characters, nerfing specific characters to a certain balance level. Don't nerf them all the way down just so that, they're unplayable, because then that would suck. And then, with how the players play, find out what type of players play what. Let the players play all the characters. Let them learn what works for them, what doesn't work for them. Let them play with other people. Let them develop their own team. Let they get to know people. Find out what their strengths and weaknesses are with the specific people that they play with. Only then, and that will only take, I'd say, I don't think it would take about a year. Like, you can probably get it set up for the year. That's fine. But to actually have everything fully set up, I say it would take about 3 years. 3 years in order for it to be fully ready for esports, the esports scene, and for it to possibly become, like, say, Valorant, become a tier one esport. It might take a little bit longer, but once you got that foundation set up with your game, polishing it, getting rid of the bugs, the characters that you make, what needs to be nerfed to keep it evenly balanced, and then having your player base to see, like, who plays better with what works better, who works better with who in terms of teams, and just having all of that in, like, all of those eggs in one basket, then you will be ready to be in the esports scene. You might not be tier one right off the bat, but give it some time. When you start jumping into the scene, you might get there eventually. In terms of Nintendo, again, I love Nintendo. It's one of my favorite Nintendo gaming franchises ever, because, I've always been a Nintendo fanboy. But with how they've been dealing with in the esports scene, it is very sad to see, because, like, it's like being able to make a living by playing a game that was made back in, like, it's considered a retro game now, like a retro game that was made back in the day, like, and people still love it. If you're a gaming company and your people still playing games that you made back in the day, you should consider that as like as an honor for people, and especially young people that are playing that game. That even if they were just a baby or they weren't even born then and they are playing that game, you should be honored to the fact that legacy is still living on with that specific game or that specific franchise. You should take pride in that and try and support the esports side of things. Support the esports community. Don't just rip it out and be like, no, we don't want that. We want you to play this because because this game's better. When actually you're thinking money. Yes, I get it. Money would be good if you probably supported the esports scene with Melee and like all the other classic games as well that Nintendo have made. Then you get publicity and you might get a little bit something back in return as well. It's just being able to support the people that highly respect you in terms of playing these types of games. It'll put you in such a good light that, maybe people will then probably go in and buy like your new game, like a new Smash or something. They could just being in a good light will help you with your publicity, will give you more respect for the consumers, the gamers, and, people will eventually buy more things from you, because they know that you respect and you help out the, people that want to do competitive gaming for a living. If you're going to take that away from them, then as we've said, you're going to continue shooting yourself in the same spot on your foot, and you're just going to go down a really dark path where it's a case of like, you're going to be the next EA. You're not the next EA yet, Nintendo, but you're slowly getting there. So please, just help the esports community. Don't demolish it. And that's my take.
Thank you guys for my TED Talk.
Yeah, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Goodbye. Mic drop. SJ quickly says, funny thing is Nintendo could technically bring Melee back by tweaking the game to allow online and using the same Tech as they used on Mario Sunshine via the 3D All-Stars bundle. Could work. That could work. But are they going to? No,
Probably not.
because it's just how they are. Maybe, as I said with Twitch and DMCA, and I'll say it again, they have a sudden change in power, like new, fresh higher ups that actually give a damn about the people. Sorry, I smacked my desk because I'm actually getting fired up on this. But when they start,
Okay, go. I
but
calm
that
down, man. Jesus.
oh, hold me back. But if they give, if you have like a change in power with the higher ups, change in like the office that give a damn about the people, then you will see changes. Because we have got the same people that are running the company, probably not so much because, I know Doug Bowser's now, new, but there's probably people that are still in the other higher up, management that are still there. Same with Twitch, same with Nintendo. Once there's a change, there might be better outcomes. There might be a better outcome with a change of power in the company. If you get people that give a damn about the people, then you will see positive change. But right now, probably not going to happen. Yeah, I don't want to pay full price for Sims packs. Nika's like, get that man some chamomile tea. God, yeah, I need a tea after this. Bloody hell. What a talk. What a talk. You know what? You know what we need to do now?
We need to get back to some adventuring.
We need to finish off this cliffhanger.
Yeah, we do. Although I'm not liking how this is going to end for me, so... But let's get back. Let's get back into the great adventure, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, James's great adventure of the Deathtrap Dungeon. If you were not here when we did part 3 earlier on the show, pretty much James was a greedy git, found a backpack lying on the ground and decided to take out a solid gold piece. But while doing that, he got bit by a black widow spider, which meant that he was going to die. He was pretty much, because it would take 6 health points, and because James has 6 health, he would have died. But Tricky, by using the grace of his healing power up, James managed to get a 7 on the dice, which meant he was able to survive the bite.
I am the god of luck!
What? You said something there and you stopped.
I said I am the god of luck.
The god of luck, yeah, Jesus Christ, you're the god of you're the god of jam, that's what you are.
The jammiest of dodgers.
We then found out who the perpetrator was that left that bag there, who was a Canadian traveller who apologised profusely and then went over to Timmy's to get a double-double. And now, pretty much...
I was gonna say the fun thing is because I've used my potion, next time he asks, help me, I'll be like, you didn't pay me enough for 2 heals.
Yeah,
I only packed the 1, damn it!
Well, you should save up next time. As James was going through, finding other items and decided to go, nope. He could have grabbed some jewels from a statue. He decided not to because he didn't want to hurt himself again. But he did go into a room where he did shout out to the leader or the master of the Deathtrap Dungeon. But it was a trap. It was a trap all along. Oh my god! And water was going into the room where he was stuck into, and he had nowhere to go. And he tried to open the door that locked on him, but it was no use. So James had to roll the dice. If he rolled a dice between 1 to 6, he would get 1 path. If he rolled the dice between 7 to 12, he would get another path. James rolled a 4. So, are you ready to find out exactly what the hell has happened to you?
Nope, but fuck it, let's go for it.
Alright, here we go. Gotta get to it first. Here we are. The door cannot withstand the furious battery you are giving it. The center panel cracks and splinters, enabling you to kick a hole in it large enough for you to squeeze through. Wet, but happy to have survived your ordeal. Set off north again.
Star life, bitches!
Well, there you go. Yeah, if you rolled high, you would have died.
Yeah.
That's why I read it. I was like, bet his luck ran out. No, his luck still didn't run out. how long? Because I know it's getting late for all of us. Do you want to go a little bit with this to find out what happens next, or?
Yep, I'm happy so.
Tricky, how about you?
Say that again.
How are you feeling? Do you want to call that as the end that James has survived because I know it's getting late, or are you okay with going just a little bit longer? Just for.
I can go a little bit longer.
Okay, let's do that, and I'll find a perfect way to end off.
We've already been here 5.5 hours. What's a little longer?
Exactly.
Jesus Christ. Is this now the longest show that we've ever done? I think this is the longest
think it
episode.
has.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell Asmo that and said, yeah, the show that we did with you, it's second now.
We just broke the record.
To be fair, though, it was also because we had a topic show up mid podcast.
Yeah, we
with
did
the
actually.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah. And just everything about DMCA just God.
Oh yeah, we
if I
all
kept-
went off on the DMCA's.
If I kept going, this would have been a 12-hour show. All right, 3:44. So the tunnel twists and turns, but keeps steadily north. Ahead you see a thin shaft of blue light streaming down from the ceiling to the floor. It sparkles and shimmers, and you can see images of laughing faces in the light. Probably laughing at you because you're wet.
Yeah.
Do you wish to walk through the light, or would you rather walk around the light?
I think if we walk through the light, that's a trap. Now it's probably going to be that laughter is probably going to turn into monsters who then grab me and pull me up to hell, maybe.
It's what you don't realize. It's a evolved version of the barnacles from Half-Life. And you know the saying, James, don't go towards the light.
Yeah.
No. Or that one movie. No, Harry, no, don't look at the light. I can't help it.
It's so beautiful.
Like the MCA. Let's do the YMCA. God damn it.
I think we're gonna go around the light.
Yeah, gonna go around the light?
Yeah.
Alright. So you say. Go around the light it is. Was it that one? Yes. Where are you? Hang on a minute. Yeah. Right, you come to an arched doorway set in the right-hand wall of the tunnel. The heavy stone door is closed, but there is an iron latch and a round handle. Do you wish to try the door, or do you wish to continue along the tunnel?
What are you thinking, Tricky? Go for another door or keep going through the tunnel?
That's what I think. I was like, oh, the last door didn't go so well.
Yeah.
And this one he can't break down.
Yeah, no, that is a very good. That's a fair point. I don't want to drown again.
And all I can think of is Sword Art Online. That sounds like a boss room, man.
That sounds like a boss room.
The boss room also has a lot of items we can use, and I'm feeling lucky.
Well, in the end, it's your decision.
Well, it's your decision. Where do you want to go?
Yeah, you know what? Let's go through the door. Let's see what happens.
Oh, you're having a death wish. I mean, I don't even know what's going to happen. I'm just saying, death wish.
Yeah.
No, I have absolutely no idea which way you're going. Go through the door. Go through the door.
Edge. How about this? SEO abridged.
We'll just wait for him to reply. Meanwhile, as we wait for him to reply about Sword Art Online Abridged, here we go. Lifting the latch. He's thinking. There you go. Lifting the latch and pushing the heavy stone door, you find yourself in a large cavern. The light is dim and murky, but as your eyes begin to adjust, you see that the walls are covered in a green algae and running with moisture. Ooh, moist. The floor is strewn. The floor is strewn with straw. The atmosphere is warm, damp, and fatigued, and a soft humming sound fills the air. You step gingerly through the straw towards a corner of the cavern, where there appears to be a shallow pit. Peering warily into the pit, you are disgusted to see a mass pile of withering worms, some as much as half a meter long. Utterly nauseated, you are about to turn away when you notice that that there are I can't even speak now. What the hell?
He's getting too excited.
I'm getting too excited, my god. When you notice that their undulating bodies are swarming round a dagger, its point held fast in a crack in the pit floor. The hilt is cased in black leather, studded with opals, and the blade is fashioned from a strange reddish-black, burnished metal you have never seen before. You long to touch the dagger, but this would mean plunging your hand in among the withering worms. Do you reach for the dagger, or do you back away in disgust and leave the cabin?
What did you say was around the dagger?
Worms.
This would mean plunging your hand in among the withering worms.
No, didn't you say there's like skeletons or something?
No, there's bodies there.
All bodies.
Which have the worms on, but then the dagger is there, which is like in with the worms.
I don't know about this one, Steve.
Solid, dive in. Get the dagger.
It's your funeral.
It probably
Your
is.
funeral. All right, you reach the dagger. You're gonna reach the dagger.
Yeah,
all right, here
let's
we
go.
All right, here we go. Taking a deep breath, you lean over the pit and plunge your forearm into the mass of wiggling worms. They are cold and clammy and feel extremely nasty. Sounds like a night out.
Yeah. Like a night out in Evers.
Yeah, but at least they are harmless. You are able to seize the dagger by the hilt. You give it a hard tug and it comes away from the crack in which the tip was embedded. Admiring its beauty and wondering whether it might once have belonged to some luckless contestant, you put the opal-studded dagger firmly in your belt and leave the cabin.
Woo!
And that is where we're going to end it. For now.
And that's it, is it?
That's it for that. That's that. We're gonna go to be continued for season 3.
You know what I've realized about that?
What's that?
Is that him or James wanting to just reach in and grab the dagger? He obviously didn't learn from the first time you reached into something.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I forget. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I was feeling lucky, and my luck has paid off. Therefore, I am the god of luck.
Do you want to talk about the potion?
Yeah. Do we want to talk about that?
No, we don't.
Okay. Then, hush.
You can just imagine though, like, if all the characters were real, James would be like, "I am the luckiest person ever," and I'd just be like glaring at him.
I did this all by myself. This chick is down behind me. You fucking what?
You just hear the foot tapping.
Yeah.
Arms crossed.
Tap. It's like, okay, well, you know.
Oh yeah, I suppose you helped.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, I got helped by Tricky as well. So you know, somewhat a little bit lucky. He still had to roll for it. The potion was clutch as hell too, though. He still look.
Yeah.
All right, don't rub his ego. Salem.
Keep rubbing it. It feels so good.
Well, we're gonna end things off right now. That is. Lexi's just like.
Oh God.
Well, on that end, that is the end of James' Great Adventure and the end of episode 19. I'm just stating the facts, Andy. Sure, okay, keep stating those facts. All right, I don't care. That is the end of the second to last episode of season 2. What a show! Holy hell!
This was so much fun. I can't believe we're actually here now. We started in 2019 and we're at the penultimate episode for the season.
We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there.
I haven't laughed this hard in a long time.
There we
Oh
go.
my, I'm so happy about that.
Same here. I'm glad we gave you some entertainment and being a part of this podcast.
Some of it was just natural.
Yeah, it was. It just had to be. We have such good chemistry, guys. It's just a crap.
Well, maybe I'll have to come back sometime.
Maybe you have to come back.
Someone to go,
Yeah. Yeah, go.
Well, to be honest, though, mate, we'll be more than happy to have you back for the next for another show though in the future.
Oh, definitely.
That'll be awesome. But yeah, guys, we honestly hope you had a very, very good time listening in to the Tally-Ho Show episode 19. My thanks to all of you for listening in live or on the podcast when this bloody comes up on YouTube and any of your favorite podcasting platforms. And also, as to say, my thanks to Tricky for coming onto the show. It has been an absolute blast, and we definitely will have to get you on sometime in the future. That's for dang sure.
Oh, definitely. I had tons of fun. I'd love to do this again.
Yay. And of course, we can't do the Tally-Ho show without my fine co-host. You know, he's been giving me a lot of love at the end, so it's my turn to return the favor. It's always a pleasure doing this with him, and it's always a laugh, and I'm glad that we managed to get out of this hiatus in order to do it again. So James, always a pleasure to do this with you.
That must have hurt to do that though, mate.
That's why I was doing pleasure to do this with you, because it's just like I'm gritting my teeth saying this.
Don't worry, Andy. You can get out your anger the next time we play Among Us.
I know. I hope you'll be an imposter and James will be the first one to die.
Oh god, I am running out on there.
And to anyone that's listening in that plays with us, you didn't hear that.
But as well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching and listening to the show. We thoroughly enjoy it. And of course, as well, I do have to say a big, massive thank you as well to my co-host. He's the Tally-Ho. It's going to be the British Andy. Andy, as always, you made this so much fun, and I'm so happy we got to do this. We keep doing the Tally-Ho show. It's so much fun. I thoroughly laugh every time. And I know I keep joking about saying I could probably find someone else, but in all honesty, there's no way the show will be nothing without you.
I appreciate that. Just wait till season 3 where I've disappeared and he's got, I don't know, someone else to join.
Yeah. But for those of you who are currently in the chat as well, be sure as well to check out the British Andy's Twitch page at www.twitch.tv/TheBritishAndy. And as well, be sure to check out Tricky's one at www.twitch.tv/TrickyHG. Both fantastic streamers as well as me, and you'll be a fool to not follow them. But before we end the stream once and for all, what's coming up next for everybody? So we're going to go on to our next stream. So if you guys have enjoyed listening to us battling on about whatever the hell we're going through our mind at the time, then be sure to check out our next streams. So Andy, what do you tell the nice ladies and gentlemen when you're streaming next?
Yes, so I'll be back on Tuesday. Probably going to be a long stream, play quite a few games, you know, as I do with that. Yay, because all fun. But mainly, I will be playing Super Mario 64. That will be happening at 11 a.m. Pacific time. So if you want to come by and watch me try and almost beat the game, because I'm at 93 stars, we're trying to get to the full 120 before we face Bowser the final time. If you want to come by and tune into that, more than welcome to. Happening on Tuesday.
Fantastic. And Tricky, where are you going live next?
In about 30 minutes. I was supposed to go live 2 hours ago.
But you're having too much fun here.
It was worth it. But yeah, I'll be going live in about 30 to 45 minutes, just enough time for me to make and eat dinner. And most likely I will either be playing Counter-Strike or I'll be practicing for my Formula 1 race tomorrow. So it'll be either racing or FPS, one of the two.
I love Nika's like, OMG. Lexi's like, also Andy promised 1,000 press-ups. I never promised that.
Lexi, get proof, send it to him, and we'll make sure he does his 1,000 press-ups.
Lexi has no proof, so he can't say that.
And if I somehow get enough people and if anyone wants to join, I might do Among Us with viewers.
Ooh, I'll be happy to do that.
Well, there you go. James, what are you doing?
And after this, ladies and gentlemen, I'm actually going live tomorrow. I am going back to the old Sea of Thieves at 8 p.m. GMT with my nephew, Bounty Ben. We're back on board Sea of Thieves. We're going to go with the 7 Seas and we're hopefully going to get some treasure out of it. So, if you do fancy, if you have seen it and you believe, you know what, I really enjoyed that, I think that'll be quite good, then be sure to check out, again, British Andy, going live Tuesday the 8th of December at 11 Pacific time, playing some Super Mario 64. We're going to have Tricky, who is playing some either CSGO or Racing, live after this stream on his channel. if you want to see more efforts from myself, then be sure to tune in on tomorrow at 8 PM GMT time for Sea of Thieves. But like we said, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the end of the show. This was the penultimate episode. We will be back live next week for episode 20, the season 2 finale. We've got another fantastic special guest joining us, so we'll be sure and hopefully you guys will be here to check us out. But from all of us, ladies and gentlemen, you have been listening into the Tally-Ho Show with myself.
And me, Andy.
And me, TrickyHG.
AKA Bullable.
And we hope you guys will check us out, and we'll see you all next week for the next show. And lads, any final words from you guys before I sign us off?
I just want to thank you guys for having me on the show. It was a lot of fun, and I hope to do it again in the future.
And I just want to say, wash your hands and wear a damn mask.
And for me, ladies and gentlemen, this has been the James Full Games signing off, saying cheery bye. And as always, thanks for stopping by.
You're listening to the Tally-Ho Show with Andy and James. You know, you could have spent this time doing something else, like learning a new skill, cooking a new dish, or even spending some time with family or friends. But instead, you decided to listen to two random Brits go back and forth about gaming and banner for your entertainment? You have chosen wisely.